fully my Igbo clan. You can't deny me what's rightfully mine. Somebody was asking me, Annie, you're so quick to have one Yoma ad. I said, what am I waiting for? What is the delay for? Oh, again, delay for what? Nah. So for everybody else who made yesterday fantastic on social media, thank you. I'm looking forward to doing something like that again today. So stay with me, and I will take you places you didn't believe. All right, so on Facebook, we are Today95.1 FM. Go ahead, like us. And on Twitter, we are at Today951. Now, you don't know where this money might be coming from today. It could be from Facebook, it could be from Twitter, it could be from phone call, it could be from anywhere. So be everywhere with me. So Facebook, Today95.1 FM. Twitter, we are at Today951. Go ahead. And on YouTube, too, you can actually watch Emmanuel and I and the guest on YouTube. Today951 FM on YouTube. Very first story that we have here has a caption that reads, and it's from the Tide newspaper. Ogoni cleanup deceptive, politically motivated, Wike affirms as Ugwanyi commissions a 16.06 kilometer dual line Sakwenwa Bori Highway. Ogoni cleanup deceptive, politically motivated, Wike affirms as Ugwanyi commissions 16.6 kilometer dual line Sakwenwa Bori Road. Also from the Vanguard newspaper, as we move ahead, Labour ops others howl as federal government raises electricity tariff. Who put this word howl there, God? I'm thinking of maybe they became wolves or something. Labour ops others howl as federal government raises electricity tariff. And also from the Vanguard newspaper, militants pull out of peace talks with federal government, threatening to kickstart bombing of oil facilities. Now, today. Militants pull out of peace talks with federal government, threatening to kickstart bombing of oil facilities today. Also from the paper Vanguard, federal government borrowed 3.2 trillion naira through treasury bills in 2020. Federal government borrowed 3.2 trillion naira through treasury bills in 2020. And also from the Vanguard newspaper, zone presidential tickets to the Southeast, Ekweremadu and others tell APC, PDP and others, and say Southwest, South have had their thorns. Those guys have had a shot at this, so don't zone it to them. Zone it to the Southeast. That's what Ekweremadu and others are saying to the APC, the PDP, and all other political parties. COVID-19, Nigeria records 57 deaths in 1 week. I don't know whether we should ring the bell on this or what kind of alarm do we need to sound on this. But I mean, this is very real, people. It is very, very real. And I'm heartbroken that we had a period when there was like a lull in COVID cases. It seemed as if there was some sort of containment. And maybe that is what encouraged us to overlook all the other actions we had put in place before, because we see the numbers rising every day. Today, I think 1,000 plus numbers is what the NCDC is saying have confirmed positive to COVID-19. I hear of hospitals that are filled up. So it's important that we take this real. COVID-19 records 57 deaths in 1 week. Vanguard has a story here that says 2023 presidency, Saudana will succeed Buhari. This is what Oshoba is saying. Presidency, Saudana will succeed Buhari, Oshoba. Then we'll move on to this day newspaper. And we have here, at last, federal government 774,000 jobs for youth scheme takes off. At last, federal government 774,000 jobs for youth scheme takes off. Buhari, no sustainable development without adequate infrastructure. Buhari, no sustainable development without adequate infrastructure. And also from this day newspaper, OPEC mandates Nigeria to cut production by 939,000 barrels per day in 3 months. So, this our budget is going to get killed. OPEC mandates Nigeria to cut production by 939,000 barrels per day in 3 months. And moving on, we have another story yet in this day newspaper. Nigeria owes IMF, World Bank, others $31.98 billion. Nigeria owes IMF, World Bank, others $31.98 billion. And now we move on to the Punch newspaper, where we have TUC threatens showdown as NERC denies 50% hike and blames inflation. TUC threatens showdown as NERC denies 50% hike and blames inflation. Also from the Punch, late presentation of patients responsible for COVID deaths. That's what the federal government is saying. Late presentation of patients responsible for COVID deaths. APC faction ready to participate in Rivers local government polls. This is from an official. APC faction ready to participate in Rivers local government polls. An official is speaking. You find that story in the Punch. Poor investments, low revenues. Others threaten Nigeria's 2021 growth. World Bank has positioned. Poor investments, low revenues, and others threaten Nigeria's 2021 growth. World Bank. You must account for alleged 15 trillion naira loot. PDP tells APC leaders. You must account for alleged 15 trillion naira loot. PDP tells APC leaders. And then finally, from the Guardian newspaper, Oshoba makes case for Tinubu ahead of 2023 as Olajide urges caution. Oshoba makes case for Tinubu ahead of 2023 as Olajide makes and urges for caution. All right, those are the stories. We'll start off with the Tide newspaper. And with the Tide newspaper, Ogoni cleanup, deceptive, politically motivated. Wike affirms as Ugwanyi commissions 16.06 dual-line Sakwenwa Bori Highway. River State Governor Chief Nyesom Wike says the federal government has been playing politics with the Ogoni Environment Remediation Program recommended by the United Nations Environmental Program, UNEP. He noted that Ogoni, having played a pivotal role in the economic development of River State and the country, deserves more than what was currently being offered to the area. Wike stated this during the commissioning of the 16.06 kilometers dual carriage Sakwenwa Bori Highway by the governor of Enugu State, Dr. Ifeanyi Chukwugwanyi, in Bori, Kana local government area of River State yesterday. The governor urged the Ogoni people to stop believing those who use Ogoni cleanup exercise at the turn of election year to deceive them, and wondered why cleanup never happens when elections are over. I am not like the federal government. They promised you they will do Ogoni cleanup. Has it been cleaned? I promised you road. Have I done it? See, you can see the difference between our party and their party. The difference is clear. When election comes in 2023, they will start another cleanup. You people don't even ask questions. Why is it a year to election that Ogoni cleanup always commences? Now there is no election. Are they doing cleanup now? Watch from next year, they will start cleanup. Wike said it has remained undisputed that only the governors of People's Democratic Party were delivering development projects to their people. The governor challenged those who feel uncomfortable with his public declarations to also showcase their projects and invite persons of repute to commission them, as he has done since December. He stated that because of the existing mutual trust between his leadership and the people, sufficient progress has been achieved in Ogoni land and in the entire state in terms of project delivery. Wike announced the commencement of phase 2 of the newly commissioned road, which will now be from Bori to Kono, adding that contract for the project will be awarded to the same construction firm, CCECC, which handled the first phase. Let me tell you, I will dualize from here, Bori, to Kono. It will be handled by the same contractor to maintain the same standard. So when I finish and go, I would tell Ogoni people that it was in my tenure that you got road dualized from Sakwenwa to Kono with street lights. This is what we call development. You can leave Port Harcourt and come home any day, anytime. That is what makes a city. When I say People's Democratic Party governors are doing well, people are angry. If they're doing well, let them call us. Is it hidden? PDP governors, we're challenging others. Tell us what you're doing. It is not to take money to go and buy one governor. That's not it. We're talking about governors that are interested in the development of their people. We are commissioning projects. Wike said he promised that within the specified period, he had delivered to them what he promised to demonstrate that his party was different from others associated with failed promises. Emmanuel Dupe, good morning.
Good morning, Annie. Good morning, Nigeria.
I'm thinking of making a promise to you, but you say I'm afraid. afraid. If I make this promise that I don't deliver.
Because if you are not a PDP member, you may not deliver.
And I'm not a PDP member. I have a problem. If I make this promise, there's every likelihood I will fail. In any case, Emmanuel, good to see you. Good morning.
Thank you very much, Annie. Good morning,
your position on what the governor has said?
Well, it's good indeed to deliver projects. That's not anything anybody can say otherwise.
Indeed.
But I want to tell the governor, I sincerely believe that Ogoni cleanup was not a 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 5 days affair. Even if you like say 6 years affair, it wasn't a 6-year affair.
Okay.
30 years, the cleanup. It's known by everybody, even when you propose that. But of course, I believe also that the governor knows everything about this. That the PDP he is saying that delivers projects were in power when the UNEP brought out this particular project. And I think he was a minister. Yes, he was. And worked with the president of PDP, extraction then. And the PDP failed perhaps in delivering that project until APC came on board. And if APC maybe has stayed throughout 30 years and nothing happens about that, I will agree. For now, I think high prep is on site there. Whatever they are doing, maybe at snail speed, but they are doing certain things. You cannot say nothing has happened along the line of the cleanup. But what I'm only saying is that when something is built for 30 years and 6 years perhaps had been taken off, it remained 24. So I want to believe that even though the APC administration will not be for 30 years, because this is not a party affair, any party that comes on board, taking over from this particular administration, will continue in that project, except otherwise they decided to withdraw. If not, the 30 years, let's watch and see whether it will happen or not. But for me, I can't say APC has abandoned that.
All right, Emmanuel, we got your position on that. Honorable Jerome Chukwuemeka Okere, Esquire, Public Affairs Analyst, and a legal practitioner based here in Port Harcourt, joins us this morning. Good to have you, and Happy New Year, Honorable Jerome.
Happy New Year to you. Happy New Year to Rivers people, and Happy New Year to Nigerians.
All right, great to have you. Let's get your thoughts on the position of the governor.
Well, as a person, I don't know whether at the beginning of that UNEP cleanup, whether it is political or not. But the pace at which it is going, anybody can deduce that there's no seriousness on the part of federal government to do what they are supposed to do. The federal government did define the milestone at which they are going to handle that project, and they are not doing it. Anybody can testify. If you go to Goni, nothing much is happening. Because when you say, I'm going to do A to E within the period of 6 months, at least you do A to B before the expiration of 6 months, not even completing A. So that may be the inference the governor is trying to draw, that perhaps this is political. Because the federal government has almost failed in their promises to complete the Ogoni cleanup. Even though the last administration didn't commence that, because they were in power when that UNEP came out, and they didn't do anything. That won't make anybody to say that the federal government is doing anything. Because if you look at the pace at which it's going, one can completely conclude that there's a lot of politics going on within that cleanup. And if that is not properly handled, that politics may continue. So I urge the federal government to wake up and do what they're supposed to do. You do not every year come to the people and say you will do this, and that is not even done. Not up to 10% of that project is being done. Because at the beginning, we had the federal government was going to release, at the first stage, they were talking about 10 billion. To commence that project. And throughout that period, which the federal government specified, nothing happened. Practically nothing. So anybody can conclude that this is pure politics. And that's what the governor is trying to state.
All right. Okay. Emmanuel.
Yes, there's an angle I forgot. The issue of being political. Yes. I have always said severally that whatever a snake bears must be long. If a snake bears anything that is short, then it's not a snake that bears that thing. The issue is that if it's APC or PDP, we can see that the activities are political. There are several things that one could look at as promises, whether PDP or APC, and you will find out that, yes, it looks as if politics has permeated this, because that is what is for dragging the execution of it. And so if the governor says it's political, it might truly be political. But we are saying 30 years and 6 years. Have we run through the course? The answer is no.
All right, then. Okay, we got your thoughts on that. Let's move on to another story. We will address this much later, though. Let's just put it at the back burner. The caption to that story initially that we ran through says, Ogoni cleanup deceptive, politically motivated, Wiki affirms, says Ogoni Commission's 16-kilometer dual line, Sapengwa-Bori. I mean, there are too many parts of that story that I also want to look at. The part where he says it's only PDP governors who are delivering projects. If the others think they are, they should call people of repute to come and commission. So there are several parts of that conversation that, or should I say the statement that he made, that we'll have much later on the table to discuss in depth. Let's just move away from that now and get to labor. Ops, others howl as federal government raises electricity tariff. Hikes range from 10% to 121.5%. We'll resist it. And they'll see another betrayal of trust. That's what TUC is saying. Increase will impede growth of real sector. NACC. Electricity pricing needs strategic approach. LCCI. PDP rejects hike. Says it will worsen hardship. 50% hike not true. This is what the presidency is saying. Well, the policy was awash with a howl of protests yesterday by major stakeholder organizations as the National Electricity Regulatory Commission, NERC, approved an upward hike in electricity tariffs. The Nigeria Labour Congress, NLC, vowed to resist the hike, while the opposition People's Democratic Party, PDP, rejected the hike outright, saying it will worsen economic hardship. On its part, the National Association of Chambers of Commerce, Industry, Mines and Agriculture, NASIMA, decried the hike, saying it will impede growth of the real sector, while the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, LCCI, said electricity pricing needs strategic approach. Some civil society organizations also lent their voice to the development, with several of them saying it's unfriendly and wrongly timed. The development indicates tough seasons ahead, especially as government and organized labor are still in talks over a recent hike in tariff. The latest tariff hike takes effect from July 1st, 2021. A hike in tariff last September sparked nationwide uproar, prompting the setting up of a committee to review the hike. The committee is yet to conclude its work before yesterday's hike was slammed. Moreover, contrary to the claims of the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission, NERC, that the latest hike is minimal at about 10% on ranging between 2 naira and 4 naira, a letter it sent to one of the electricity distribution companies indicated that a segment of consumers have been slammed with over 121.5% increase. Using the case of Ibadan Discos, NERC's letter shows that Band A, minimum supply of 20 hours daily, will increase by 6 naira 85 kobo to 69 naira 18 kobo kilowatts, yes, indicating a 10.98% rise. Also, the tariff for customers on Band B, minimum supply of 16 hours daily, will increase by 13.1%, 7 naira 65 kobo to 66 naira 04 kobo, from the present 58 naira 9 kobo. For customers in Band C, with a supply of 12 hours daily, the increase is 29 naira 13 kobo to 62 naira 92 kobo. The highest tariff increase will be for consumers in Band D, minimum supply of 8 hours daily, with 121%, 32 naira 79 hike to 55 naira 76 kobo. That is from 26 naira 97 kobo per kilowatt. NERC explained that the review was necessary following changes in inflation rate, foreign exchange rate, available generation, gas price, collection losses from ministries, departments, agencies of government, and capital expenditure adjustments. All right, so let me just start from the bottom. I think we know that there's a price hike. What exactly, how it is spread exactly amongst the different bands is a different thing entirely. But this is what NERC is saying. It says, oh no, we didn't hike the way people are thinking we hiked. What happened was there was an adjustment, and this adjustment was necessitated because of inflation rate, because of the foreign exchange rate, because of available generation, gas price, collection losses from ministries, departments, and agencies of government, and capital expenditure adjustments. This is what caused this slight increase from 2 naira in some cases to 4 naira.
I think NERC should indeed understand that they are not talking to children who may have not started understanding issues. Now, inflation cannot apply on non-existing issues. Inflation, it can never apply on non-existing issues. If you now add 2 naira, for instance, inflation makes it reach 10 naira. It is because 2 naira was added that inflation affected that. You see, the truth is that you remember there was a time the hike came on electricity and fuel. These people that are saying, no, we will resist. There is no time Nigerians will resist. But how far the resistance will go is always the problem. Now, NLC came out with TUC and all that. Representatively, they went to federal government. We didn't hear anything about the hike. No, I think it was in electricity, yes. They said, no, 2-week ultimatum was going to be given, and after that, we'll hear. Till today, we didn't hear anything again that came out from that. That 2 weeks expired and nothing happened. But we kept on hearing promises from federal government that Nigerians will be metered free and all that. I have not seen them. I may be on my own, but other Nigerians could also, perhaps, when we are receiving calls, tell us that, yes, they've metered free.
They've metered free.
Free, good. But that means it's not gone round.
No, it hasn't.
Good. If it's not gone round, and then they set up at that time, they set up a committee. And the committee is yet to submit its report, and then you are slamming with a hike. I don't know where things go in the form they take in this country. Is it that the committee is just useless, and whatever they are going to come, we don't accept them, or what? Or federal authorities themselves have decided that the committee's findings are just watery, and so it doesn't mean anything. That they are slamming, the NERC is slamming whatever, however minute their increase is. But they are coming before the committee that was set up for this particular issue. It's unfortunate, but all I'm saying that as for Labour and TUC, I'm not sure they are going to do anything different. Since at the first time it was hitting, they didn't represent Nigerians. Well, perhaps if they change, let us wait and see what will come out for the this thing. What is it called?
PDP, NERC.
No, PDP, I support them completely on this. And then the people that said it will have increased something about the real sector, I also support them. Because truly, you know how backward we are developmentally in this country, and then you keep on, power is very crucial to development. And then you keep on hiking it, and nothing is coming in the country already. We are bludgeoned with the difficulties and suffering. Well, that means you want Nigeria to be going downhill. In terms of inflation, I just want to tell NERC, whether it's 1 kobo, they should review it, because it is exactly what they have added that inflation has taken off from. To increase.
Okay, Mario, your position on that. Honorable Okere.
Each time Nigeria Electricity Regulation Commission comes up with a hike and on the electricity, they hardly review it or reduce it to any point that anybody will be contemplating. In fact, I have knowledge of this because the last increment had a lot of challenges from Nigerian Hotel Association here in River State. Yeah. And that was their legal, I'm their legal advisor. We had crisis up to the point that they refused to pay. Then the man in charge in Port Harcourt here had to come. They started cutting their lines. We went up to, we petitioned them to DSS and the rest of them, but nothing came out of it. We attempted going to court. The Nigeria Electricity Regulation Commission was even in default of a court order, a Lagos court order, because that matter was pending. A lawyer took them to court over this issue, and they violated it and went ahead to increase. And the court said, no, you can't do that when the matter is, let's spend this. You should have waited for us to at least come up with a decision. But all that were violated. Now, you know the essentiality of electricity in any part of this world, especially in Nigeria, where what you are given is not what you pay for. Sometimes you don't, if this hike is coming and then you are seeing that electricity, You hike and then you charge people because there are no meters to even regulate what you're doing. Now, how can an agency that is supposed to be disciplined and work in tandem with the principles and moral concept of the people begin to do a hike when there's a committee like Emmanuel Dukwedi say, a committee is set up to even review the previous hike, which the people are complaining that this hike is not of anything good. That committee has not even come up with any decision. Now you are saying it's a little adjustment from 2 naira to 4 naira, which is 100% increment. And then somebody sits down and says that it's a little adjustment because of inflation. So are you now saying that what you have increased is equal to the rate of inflation that is going on in the country? The answer is no. Right, so I am not bothered with what TUC and Labour is saying because they are now akin to a toothless bulldog. They hardly do anything because they only wake up to say, look, we'll do this. They won't do whether they go there to collect money or do otherwise. But I want to call every other agency in Nigeria to wake up and challenge this increment and even take action in court.
Got your thoughts on that? Let's move on. Militants pull out of peace talks with federal government, threatening to kickstart bombing of oil facilities today. A coalition of 9 militant groups under the aegis of Reformed Niger Delta Avengers, RNDA, yesterday backed out of peace talks with the federal government, accusing President Muhammadu Buhari of not doing well for Niger Delta and illegally appointing Mr. Akwa Okon as sole administrator of Niger Delta Development Commission, NDDC. The peace talks between the RNDA and the federal government was initiated last year by the Deputy Senate President, Senator Ovie Omar Agege. Senate National Coordinator of RNDA, self-styled Major General John Mark Ezonobi, in a statement said, the peace talk was recently threatened by the appointment of Mr. Akwa Effiong Okon as sole administrator for NDDC and non-recognition of Niger Delta in the policy statements by President Buhari during the January 1st broadcast to the nation. The militants threatened that with effect from tomorrow, which is today, its strike force units in the 9 states of the zone will kickstart bombing and destruction of oil facilities and oil pipelines and major oil ships and vessels coming from Lagos to the creek of Niger Delta. The major vessels and ships are advised to withdraw their services to Warri Escravos waters, to Bonny LNG Port Harcourt waters, from the Gulf of Sea to Nigeria waterways. Henceforth, any of the ships and vessels that refuse to comply with the directive will be met with firepower attack from the dreaded strike force units of the RNDA militant groups. The operation is called... I really didn't want to laugh there. I was struggling to keep a straight face, but I mean, they call themselves the dreaded strike force. Well, I guess they are dreaded, come to think about it. The operation is codenamed Operation No Mercy Alpha Piper Zero Oil. And it says it's to save NDDC from the hands of politicians, including the Minister of Niger Delta Affairs, Senator Godswill Akpabio, the sole administrator, Mr. Akwa Effiong Okon, and some presidential aides involved in the plot to hold Niger Delta to ransom. RNDA, however, commended Senator Ovie Omar Agege over his efforts at rallying round all stakeholders in the zone, including traditional rulers, the leadership of host communities of Nigeria, the various agitating militant groups in the zone to build a bridge of peace among all ethnic nationalities in the zone. All right, so we'll pause there, though. I think we get the gist of the story. They said, well, the president did not consider the Niger Delta in his New Year's speech, plus the fact that they have a sole administrator in the person of Mr. Akwa Effiong Okon. And they say this appointment of a sole administrator threatens the NDDC. And they're willing to do what they're about to do to save the NDDC from being hijacked by politicians and the minister of Niger Delta.
You see, when this Akwa Okun, or whatever they call him, as the sole administrator was appointed, these agitators never heed their dissent or disagreement about this appointment. To them, it is Godswill Akpabio, who is from Akwa Ibom, that maneuvered everything to bring his brother. Whether there is truth or not, the way I look at issues, because in any agreement, there must be compromises. Federal authorities can say, okay, let us use another one. It cannot be Akwa Okon, except otherwise he is now emerging as Magu, who was the only sane person to handle EFCC. And now Okon perhaps will be the only person to handle NDDC. Now, if not, they could say, let's take another person from another state of the Niger Delta. And that settles the whole problem. Again, as for not mentioning them in the New Year speech, the president didn't mention everything. But there are crucial issues. And there are areas. See, any place your own treasures are protected, you should also give them respect. Not behave in any way that they will start being hostile or inclement to your particular treasures. Now, if these people are saying they are going back to the trenches or firing whatever, it reminded me of the Revolutionary Guard of Iran when we were mentioning, I don't know the name they call
the dreaded force.
I say. So the thing is that these people, whether very strong or not strong, will constitute disturbances, let me just put it in that small way, to the flow of oil, which of course is carrying Nigeria. And I don't think Nigeria will be very much happy to be battling with such. So federal government should listen to them to avoid this. They make compromises in bringing up these, whether a presidential amnesty program and all the rest of them.
Yeah.
Let them also listen to this. But if they say no, well, when it happens, I always say it is only when there is an invasion of the soldier ant that we know the best dancer among the goats.
All right, Emmanuel, got your position on that. Let me get to Barrister Okere.
I'm worried with the level at which the federal government is handling NDDC. The NDDC Act establishes the methodology and framework for constituting that board. And none of that is being complied with. There's no way the federal government can wake up and begin to appoint a sole administrator for a whole board called Niger Delta Development Commission. And then we have even seen when we witnessed the ad hoc committees of 4 or 5 persons, what was happening. And now you now leave the administration of NDDC to a sole administrator to manage the affairs of NDDC. And then this sole administrator is also being traced to the man who has been accused of being part and parcel of the damage caused in NDDC. That's the Minister of Niger Delta, Godswill Akpabio. And then the federal government is keeping quiet or allowing him handle this. By now, I was one of those who said, Godswill Akpabio should resign when that issue was ranging high, because I have seen him in all angles that he is not a man of integrity. I've said it in several fora. Now, why will anybody allow Godswill Akpabio to appoint a sole administrator to handle NDDC? Do they not look at the law? Is it not the duty of the executive arm of government to enforce the law and ensure that a replication of what the law stipulates is being carried out? How can anybody begin to contemplate that a sole administrator in the first place is to be appointed devoid of the provisions of the law? The act is so explicit. On the states that will be, how the MDs will produce, the chairman of various boards will be appointed, and then other members of the commission will be appointed. It defined and stipulated in the act. It's rotational. So when you begin to undermine that completely for over 2-3 years now, none of that has been complied with, because they are doing anything without reference to the act establishing that board. So any group, any agency could wake up and begin to say, no, what we are witnessing is a very wrong thing. My worry is that I don't know if the Niger Delta militants are the appropriate body to begin to negotiate this, because their existence is what my worry. But they are all citizens of this Niger Delta. As individuals. Yes, they are right. I, as a person, Jerome Okere, I'm worried that an act establishing a board is not being complied with. Then that act should be repealed. Because I don't know what else. It's just like saying that a governor should not be a governor. The president shouldn't be a president, because the constitution stipulates the methodology and then how those people should be elected. And then that same law, that same act where you are deriving your power from, in one way you avoid it, in the other way you implement it. So this agitation is proper. This agitation is in order. This agitation is somebody everybody should comply with. Because if we do not begin to shout and then think of how to bring the people who are responsible for doing what is proper to do that which is proper, the country will be in a mess. That is what we are suffering. Allow the act to guide your operations. The presidency should wake up and dissolve or remove that sole administrator, and then look at what the act is saying. Which state is to produce the managing director of NDDC now? Which state is to produce the chairman of board? And which state
But
is
there's a board that has been, I think the
Yeah.
Senate has already
Yes.
approved them. There's a board that is sitting down, waiting, hibernating.
That is what I'm saying.
know.
We are in tandem. Is a board not being constituted? Is it a board? Even if the Senate has screened them and passed them, they are still not a board. They can only begin to function when they are inaugurated by the
That's
the
what I'm
authority.
saying. I mean, it's not. There was a list that the president approved and sent to the Senate for confirmation. The Senate had done what they felt they needed to do concerning that. So I'm wondering. Well, he did explain the reason why they have this.
That's no reason.
He explained. I said, I'm trying to say.
No, genuine
it's
reason.
because of the forensic auditing that they're going on now that they need this kind of quick administration to sit while they do that before the real board members will come on board. But then I'm wondering why. Maybe because the board members who will be there for a longer period might want to curry favor, knowing that we're here for the long run and therefore we're going to do this and might not do this, especially to do this properly. Maybe that's why they say, okay, we'll get somebody who will be there for the short period, ensure that a proper job is done, knowing that you're not going to curry any favor, you're not there for the long run. Do what you need to do, ensure the books are in order, and get out.
And the principle of nemo judice and cause so are nobody can be a judge in his own cause. Goswill Ababio, Minister of Niger Delta, was singled out as part and parcel of the damage that was caused in NDDC. And if he is one responsible for appointing a sole administrator, I don't know what that sole administrator will do. And then the forensic audit you are even talking of, is he not the one that over the years, several committees have been set up to handle it? What is the result? The result is zero. Now, it is even the duty of the board, which is a properly constituted authority in tandem with the law, the act establishing Niger Delta Development Commission, that can do that which is proper. Because any infiltration, any foreign intervention into that act is an anomaly, and anybody will wake up to condemn it. I don't see how a sole administrator will handle a forensic audit that is going to indict or likely to investigate all those who were involved, and those who are involved were those responsible for this appointment. So I am part and parcel of those who are condemning the appointment of sole administrator or the constitution of any committee to handle the Niger Delta. So they should comply with that act. That act is a law passed by the National Assembly.
Well, the militants said they will start bombing today.
I am not in support of the bombing. I think that they should also do the part of peace. So that because the bombing, the multiply effect of bombing of any region,
it's far-reaching.
It's far-reaching, and then it's going to be far damaging. But this peace settlement by Omar Agege, the deputy Senate president, should still continue, and the federal government should heed to that call and immediately inaugurate the board, which is proper and which is what the law stipulates.
Let's move on. Federal government borrowed 3.2 trillion through treasury bills in 2020. The federal government borrowed 3.2 trillion naira from the investing public through treasury bills in 2020, while it paid 253 billion naira as interest on TB borrowings from January to September 2020. This represents marginal increase of 1.9% year on year when compared to the 3.13 trillion borrowed through the instrument in 2019. Furthermore, the amount borrowed in 2020 represents 84% of the 3.71 trillion treasury bills borrowing that matured and were repaid in 2020. Vanguard analysis of TB, that's the treasury bills issued by the Central Bank of Nigeria on behalf of the federal government, showed that the amount of matured TBS repaid rose by 19% year on year to 3.71 trillion in 2020 from 3.12 trillion in 2019. Further analysis showed that the federal government borrowed 922.3 billion naira the first quarter, representing 29% quarter-on-quarter increase when compared with 716.26 billion borrowed in the fourth quarter of 2019. The analysis goes on, and it says here, Vanguard analysis further showed that 3.2 trillion naira borrowed by the federal government through TBSs in 2020 represents 60% more than the 2 trillion borrowed through the monthly federal government bond sale by the Debt Management Office, DMO. This reflects the impact of sharp fall in yields on TBS on the borrowing activities of the federal government from the domestic market in 2020. Analysis showed that the average interest rate on freshly issued TBS, also known as primary market bills, fell to 0.09% in December 2020 from 4.8% in December 2019. This represents 4,746 basis points. That's BPTS decline. This was compounded by the exclusion of local investors from the secondary market. As a result, federal government paid less interest on TBS borrowing in the 9 months ended September 2020. Data from DMO showed that the federal government paid 253 billion as interest on TB borrowings from January to September 2020, down from 6.6% from 271 billion paid in corresponding period of 2019. All right, so acceptable. We understand that it was the year of the corona. So a lot of internal borrowings might be seen because we need to recoup funds. Maybe we'll have been able to get funds from other businesses that we could have carried out and couldn't do that. So maybe the increase with what we saw between 2019 and 2020. But what I am yet to understand is how the interest paid on that is even less compared to the borrowings of 2019. In 2019, 271 billion was what was borrowed during that period under review. In 2020, 253 billion is shown as interest on the over, how much did they borrow? 3.2 trillion. Emmanuel.
Well, the truth is that they have economists who are juggling the figures, who know exactly why the bigger one that is supposed to have, in fact, attracted a bigger interest is now maybe less. It doesn't matter. The fact is that, in fact, if they should wire it in a way that it will be less, it will be better for Nigeria. But all I know is that I don't know how federal authorities should try to remove us from this insensate borrowing. And the borrowings, when you hear something trillion, it's no longer billion. This one has gone trillion.
3.2 trillion.
It's something worrisome, absolutely worrisome. But whatever be the case, without borrowing, perhaps when somebody doesn't have much money, we can't do anything. So let them use whatever money they are borrowing in doing what is very beneficial
for the right thing
for Nigerians.
All right, let me get your thoughts here.
And when you borrow money for consumption, you continue to borrow. When you borrow money to invest and then put it into productive use, it means that the dividend that is likely to accrue within a short period or within a duration will be able to repay those debts. So, but when you borrow money to do recurrent expenditure, which means that the money is not saved, the money is not put anywhere, there's nothing to recoup the money. And then you will continue to borrow. This has been my worry. It's not that a government shouldn't borrow money, but the government should borrow money to do what should be able to recoup the money and be able to pay the interest. When you continue to borrow money, and then you either borrow money to pay salaries, you borrow money to invest. The governor of Kogi State was analyzing over 3.something trillion expended on COVID-19 matters. So in attempting to cope with COVID-19, we have expended 3.something, and then he was just opposing it with using that money to build hospitals. That he has built a hospital of about 4 billion in a Kogi State. That money can replicate the building of hospitals in all the states of the federation, and then even more than 2 in Lagos and Abuja. And then you have hope that essential services will be handled, and then there will be money coming out from those hospitals. But this money went to handle COVID-19 issues. Nobody's saying that we shouldn't fight COVID-19, but we are saying that the chunk of money going into this COVID-19, I don't know how we can survive.
Right.
It is just likened to what this treasury bill, borrowing through treasury bills. Now, federal government should begin to sit down to think. I don't know where the economists around the federal government are, to begin to think that when you borrow money, you need to invest that money that you have borrowed. You borrow money, you spend that money, you go again, you borrow. When will that borrowing end? It will be a continuous exercise. It's ad infinitum that nobody can begin to say this is the period we are going to stop borrowing. It's a far cry. It's condemnable in no manner of reasoning.
Got your thoughts on that? Let's move on. And then you have zone presidential tickets to Southeast. Ekweremadu, others tell APC, PDP, and says Southwest, South have had their turns. Meanwhile, Oshoba is on the other side saying, well, we should give it to the South. And in this time around, to the Southwest, Tinubu is the one who needs to feature this time around. As a matter of fact, Oshoba said during the alignments of the different parties that it was already agreed that this is what's going to happen. If we have time, we might look at him. I doubt if you have. So zone presidential tickets to Southeast, Tekwere Madu tells APC, PDP and others, and says Southwest and South-South have had their turns. Notable Igbo leaders yesterday urged all the major political parties in the country to cede their presidential tickets to the Southeast geopolitical zone in 2023 in the interest of justice, equity and national unity. Rising from a cross-party meeting of the Southeast leaders in Iwere, the home country of Senate Chief Whip and former governor of Abia State, Dr. Oji Uzokalu. The leaders said that the Southwest and the South-South zones, which together with Southeast make up the South, had respectively produced presidents in Chief Olusegun Obasanjo and Dr. Goodluck Jonathan. In a communique jointly signed by Kalu, former Deputy Senate President Ike Kweremadu, former Senate President Ayim Pius Ayim, Deputy Chief Whip of the House of Representatives, Right Honorable Nkiru Onyejiocha, spokesman of the House of Representatives, Honorable Benjamin Kalu, and Chief Chekwas Okori. At the end of the meeting, the leaders also called on Nigerians across all geopolitical zones and ethnic nationalities to support a Nigeria president of Igbo extraction in 2023. The communique read, political leaders of the Southeast across all political persuasions met at Igbere, Abia State, on January 5th, 2021, to discuss the political future of the geopolitical zone vis-a-vis the 2023 general election. The meeting recalled that Nigerians across political, ethnic, and religious divides fought long and hard and collectively to enthrone the current democratic and dispensation as the surest way to engender national development and guarantee a just and equitable society where every section of the country enjoys a sense of belonging. The meeting observed that the presidency of the Federal Republic of Nigeria has rotated between northern and southern Nigeria and among the various geopolitical zones. Thus, the Southwest and the South-South geopolitical zones in the southern part of the country have produced presidents in Nigeria. All right. Henceforth, they're expecting that the rotations to the south in 2023 will come to the Southeast zone.
Well, I think it's a healthy desire because truly what is said, the South-South and the Southwest have had their own turns in terms of producing presidents. But even when they have what they call gentleman agreement, I don't think people are advised not to maybe come into the fray and then contest. And that is why even while it's going that way, you still see people come up to contest with even the shortlisted as or less known or endorsed people. So Oshoba is saying Southwest. The people, the OG and all the rest of them are saying it's their turn. The South-South, I think we've been hearing about. They're still saying
that they have one more.
Yes, we are hearing about if it's good luck, you come and complete its own. Of course, that is a meat that is caught in the bush for a family. Everybody has right to it.
All right,
if in the end, the Southeast is given, fine. Southwest, fine. South-South, fine, because it must be a Nigerian that will be the president.
Well, the governors of the region have argued that they have come hard on the initiators and conveners of the Igbere meeting and dissociated themselves from it. The governors argue that if there should be such a meeting, which they feel is very necessary, the governors must be seen to be informed and be part and parcel of calling such a meeting. Chairman of the Southeast Governors Forum and Governor of Ebonyi State, Chief David Umahi, stated this during a virtual meeting with other governors of the region. He said, the Southeast governors had their meeting and all governors were in attendance, and the meeting resolved as follows. There was a bipartisan meeting called today, and the initiator went ahead to use the names of governors without consulting them as part of the conveners of such meeting.
That is very, very wrong because you can't convene such a meeting without the governors. Because if you...
especially when you're referencing them.
Them, yes. And in political permutation, they are very crucial because I don't know how you are going to succeed without the governors of that of the region, because those governors have a role, and you don't begin to use anybody's name without his impersonation, without his consent and approval. That's very, very wrong. Now, as for the zoning arrangement, when the way Nigeria is, I think for peace to reign, a lot of people are saying that zoning is the appropriate thing. I don't think the Nigerian or any political party had at any point in time properly zoned these positions to a particular zone. But if you look at it from a justice point of view, anybody who is of justice will see that most of the zones have one way or the other occupied this position, apart from the Southeast. Now, the only zone that may come in to begin to agitate that, yes, the other zones had their turn up to 8 years is Sassat, because in Sassat, I think Goodluck Ebele Jonathan had only one term, because the other one was completing the tenure of Yaradua. So he has spent 4 years there. Appropriately speaking, it's either you allow the zoning to the southeast, or you allow because the difficulty in South is, can any president get that position and run one term? If we're talking completion of the term, because that should have been the appropriate thing where justice, equity, good conscience, and morality is in place. So these things are properly defined. But one thing that is clear is that these things are anti the Constitution. The Constitution gives everybody that franchise to contest this election. I don't know whether this zoning will not be offending the provisions of the Constitution, because anybody contesting from any region, nobody will stop him, because he is constitutionally qualified to contest for this position, and if he has the capacity and then what the Constitution stipulates as the qualification for running that election. So that is the worry. But ordinarily speaking, in line with justice, one would say the people of Southeast have not gone and should be given a chance to have a bite of the presidency.
All right.
But constitutionally speaking, because those arrangements offense the Constitution, which guarantees everybody the franchise to contest no matter the region where you come from.
All right.
So those issues must be, in one word or that, resolved. It's a gentleman arrangement, like Annie did rightly call it.
All right, then let's take a break from this. The news update comes up next. We'll reconvene and carry on with the conversations.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Today, 95.1 FM. Board Hardcore. News update.
Hello and good morning. Here is the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I am Annie Abdul Salam. The president of the Nigerian Labour Congress, Ayuba Waba, has condemned in strong terms the recent hike to electricity tariff by the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission, NERC, which became public knowledge on Tuesday, January 5th, 2021. The NLC president insists that there is an element of deceit in the policy, since the technical committee set after the last increment was still working. Waba argued that while countries are given palliatives to cushion the effect of the economic hardship on citizens occasioned by the COVID-19 pandemic, the Nigerian government is acting elusive of the current realities. The federal government had set up joint committees with Labour last year to arrest the twin increases in petrol pump price and electricity tariff. The President, Muhammadu Buhari, says no nation will witness sustainable development without infrastructural development. The president's observation was contained in a statement issued by his special advisor in media and publicity, Femi Adesina, where he thanked the People's Republic of China for its support towards the development of infrastructure in Nigeria. According to the statement, the president spoke while receiving the state consular and foreign minister, People's Republic of China, Wang Yi, at the presidential villa, Abuja. President Buhari pledged that Nigeria will continue to honor its obligations in the relationship with China. A 75-year-old retired civil servant, Chief Paul Nyechi Amadi, has demanded the payment sum of 20 million naira as compensation from the Nigerian police following the trauma he suffered from the brutalities he received from the operatives of the defunct Special Anti-Robbery Squad in 2019. Chief Nyechi Amadi, who is a resident of Rumo Obiakani community in Obiakpo local government area of Rivers State, said the amount of money demanded would take care of the medical bills he incurred while treating himself of the injuries he suffered from police brutality. Chief Nyechi Amadi, who made the demand when he appeared at the resumed sitting of the State Commission of Inquiry into the alleged acts of violence, torture, brutality, murder, and violation of the fundamental rights of citizens committed by officers, men, and operatives of the Nigerian police, said the money will also serve as a deterrent to the police and other security operatives who may indulge in the violation of human rights. Our correspondent Uchendu Ejiowo reports that the proceeding did not go without some hitches from the police defense team led by IN Ubulom, who opposed to the hearing of the petition on the grounds that it falls short of the commission's scope of jurisdiction. Chairman of the panel, Justice Chukunonye Uriri, however, overruled the police and ordered the petitioner to present his case. And now to the foreign scene. The Intermediate People's Court in the eastern city of Wenzhou has jailed 17 people for smuggling pangolin scales into China. The members of the gang were convicted of importing 23 tons of scales from pangolins, the world's most trafficked mammal, worth $28 million from Nigeria between 2018 and 2019. Two men identified as masterminds behind the racket were sentenced to between 13 to 14 years in prison. The court said the scales were brought in on, among other things, a consignment hidden in ginger slices. China removed pangolin body parts from its official list of traditional medicines in June and raised the animal's protected status to the country's highest level due to its dwindling numbers. And that was the news update on Today 95.1 FM. Do not forget, you must take responsibility by washing your hands frequently with soap on the running water while out and about, or use an alcohol-based hand sanitizer. Do avoid touching your face and high-contact surfaces to prevent the spread of coronavirus. Good morning. I am Annie Abdul Salam.
Radio has never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
You know what? Put that down now. I go match and down. Oh yeah, give me that thing. Come on, give me the phone. Give me that thing. Oh yeah, shoot that police. They go over.
Insecurity has become a common factor in our general language within the Nigerian space, no doubt. Not only has it become a threat, it has begun taking diverse dimension we cannot ignore. A solution we seek. A desire to stop the trend is imminent.
Waste up 2 seconds.
God, hey, Jesus. Straight bullet, though. What kind of country is this? A boy, I just said to go and buy something. What kind of thing is straight bullet from where? I'm finished, though.
Directly or indirectly, we all have lost people, friends, family, or acquaintances as a result of insecurity. But is security only the job of the government? No. Security is not one man's job alone. Every individual in the society has a role to play in order to achieve a secure society. We urge citizens and indigents to adhere and respect the laws of the state, report irregular activities to the authorities, and we implore security agencies to carry out their duties as stipulated by the Constitution and not infringe on the rights of citizens. If we work together, we can build the Nigeria of our dreams. This message is brought to you by Today 95.1 FM.
.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
Wake up to today's quest.
Wake up.
All the news and information you need in one go. Get started with the best of sports, lifestyle, analysis, and Annie.
Can you feel it? Can you feel it?
Can you feel it? Wake up to today's quest with Annie on Today 95.1 FM from 6 to 11 a.m. weekdays. Fantastic.
You don't wake up one day and say, okay, this policy is working, and then you expect it to crash the market in the next.
Cassava variety that takes 7 months.
Do
they know it or they don't?
What's the beginning?
Because you can see they are involved.
They are involved, true.
So how can you solve it? What will stop it? They're involved. Look at 1.something billion special allowance, 1.2 billion special allowance, padding of budget, 4 billion, this billion, 400 billion. How can they stop
Hello,
it?
good morning.
Good morning.
Morning, what's your name?
Yeah, this is Mr. Zion. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
All right, Zion, go ahead.
I think I totally disagree with the man.
Today's quests with Annie.
Radio has never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Opinion poll on today's quest.
More than 3 over 4 of the loots we are talking about in this country today were loots within the 16 years.
Here is a great opportunity to sample all our opinions on the issues raised.
in Port Harcourt says the PDP is trying to divert our attention because Nigerian funds was looted by the PDP. Melody in Uniport says Madam Jonah is yet to come in terms of the fact that her tenure has expired. Annie, please tell him that investigation is not what you make public until the final stage.
Send your opinion to us on Facebook,
www.facebook.com/Today95.1 FM.
or on Twitter @TodayFM951. You can also sample your opinions with us on WhatsApp or on our SMS portal using the numbers 070-1933-9962. Past the hour of 9, and you're listening to Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. Oh, goodness me. Oh, this just completely makes my day. But then let's go ahead. Let me see if maybe I can use it and do a giveaway today. Yeah, I should actually use it for a giveaway. I'm planning in my head, how do I use that for a giveaway? Yeah, I will. I'll use that for a giveaway. Okay, so and the problem now is where to do the giveaway. Twitter people will be like, all right, I'll do it in all platforms, anywhere, as far as I'll just randomly pick. All right, so moving away from that, let's get back to the real issue. Welcome back to the show. We'll continue with our conversation that we started off earlier on, the newspaper review, but then now we're moving to opinion poll. And for opinion poll, let me just quickly touch on the issue of COVID-19 because it's important that we look at that and the increasing numbers that we're beginning to witness in Nigeria. And then we'll get into the opinion poll proper. COVID-19, Nigeria records 57 deaths in 1 week. No fewer than 731 participants in the Batch B of the National Youth Service Corps, NYSC, has tested positive for COVID-19, the federal government has announced. This was as government disclosed that about 57 people were being treated at various isolation and treatment centers passed away within a space of 1 week. Meanwhile, Nigeria has opened discussions with the People's Republic of China to access COVID-19 vaccines. Really, we're going to China? This came as the World Health Organization, WHO, official data revealed that 1 in 5 persons tested for COVID-19 in Nigeria is positive, showing that the country's positive rate jumped from 4.2% to 21.3% in the last month. Edo State has recorded 5 deaths, while 113 recovered from the second wave of coronavirus pandemic since December 1st, 2020, as the state government intensifies efforts to curb the spread of the virus. Chairman of the Presidential Task Force PTF on COVID-19 and Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Mr. Boss Mustafa, who announced this at yesterday's briefing of the PTF, said, from analysis from the task force, Nigeria is beginning to see the effect of activities carried out during the Christmas festivities. And he said, we can only hope that the numbers will not escalate beyond control. We, however, still appeal to all citizens to take full responsibility through compliance and vigilance. Week 53 recorded 57 deaths, which is the highest for any single week since we started. There is also a rising rate of infections among healthcare workers, and this calls for the escalation of surveillance. In Africa, Nigeria has joined South Africa in reporting the highest daily infection cases. In continuation of the NYSC engagement, the PTF has conducted the testing of Batch B corpus using RDTs. Out of the 34,419 in the Batch B, 731 tested positive compared to 108 recorded during Batch A. It is on record that cases were recorded from core members from every state of the Federation. He said the private coalition, CACOVID, has commenced supporting the national response with 100 oxygen cylinders per day till the end of March 2021 for distribution to critical care centers in Abuja. Why only Abuja? Anyways, this is where we are now. We have huge numbers coming up. I mean, after we thought we had surmounted the issue of COVID-19 and we let down all protocols, the lockdown was recalled, schools reopened, people went about hugging and touching each other as we wanted, going into public spaces with abandon. Here we are now with numbers rising, infection rates faster than what we even saw initially. I remember that during the period where the looting of palliatives were going on, one of the excuses as to why those palliatives were still in warehouses by the government then was that it was for the second wave.
Yes.
They knew a second wave was coming. So then this is what my thought is. If you knew the second wave was going to come, then why did we allow ourselves that much exposure as we did? I mean, why didn't we just hold on to certain measures and protocols, because there was a second wave and you need to ensure that you protect your people. It couldn't just be the food supply that you had your thinking cap on and not the lives of the people involved. You did all you did to protect those food stuff in the warehouses, but then when the numbers and the figures were beginning to look like they were dropping, then you went ahead and allowed things to go on as they used to before COVID emerged. At what point did the government not think about the people and continue to ensure that we were wearing our nose masks and that we were doing everything that we need? If we're not going out unless it was absolutely necessary, and if you had to go to work, if you don't have to go to work, you stay at home. At least till you're sure there wouldn't be another wave. This is what I'm thinking. I don't know that that's even the right way to think when it comes to COVID-19, saying that some of the measures taken saw the economy nosedive. And perhaps one of the reasons why we had to go out again was to ensure that we don't totally collapse. Emmanuel?
Well, I think, when that looting happened, and then people, maybe as a defense, governor said one of the defenses was that it was kept day for the second wave of COVID. I said, okay, it's good. I am happy now. Governors knows that. In fact, they're expecting that the second wave will come. Maybe in the horizon, they've seen that, or they've heard it from anywhere. And that means, as they were stocking the palliatives, they also must have come with measures that will also try to reduce, because it might not be completely extirpated from the society, but at least to reduce the effects of COVID, that maybe brand 2 or season 2 or whatever. But now that the thing has started, it shows that there were no preparations. Absolutely no preparations, because the way the thing is going, it was only the food angle that we thought about, and maybe reserved that should it happen to enable us to do effective lockdown and all that. Maybe this time round we share better than the first one. But as for the measures that could indeed minimize the effect of it, we've not seen any. Because a lot of people, the way this thing, you read about how the coppers, many of them that were positive. I really don't understand. I want to wish that the equipment they are using is very correct. I'm telling you, because if coppers are like that, is it that it does not show on any of them on that? Because
some are asymptomatic. Actually,
this is a very big problem, and if the positive people are turning out in that fashion, then something is very crucial. And again, you remember in Nigeria they said there's a variant they detected in UK that has been found with Ondo or Ogun State in Nigeria, and that one they say the infection rate is higher, even though it's not been detected to be killing more than the first one. But if that be the case, could it be that in Nigeria it has come in maybe.
Well, I mean, they did say that amongst the medical personnel, there's higher infection this time around among medical personnel, and I don't know whether this shows that it's the strain from the UK, the variant that the UK is dealing with that we have here, but whatever it is, we're seeing numbers that we're not supposed to be seeing.
Going up.
Yeah.
Well, I think what one will advise the health experts is to do exactly the needful to at least start having an onslaught against it now, because it's really is coming. This second wave is trying to prove harsher than even the first one.
Right,
and there's no other way than to contain it if it's possible.
Okay, like I said, I've been planning what I'll do to give out, because of this guest I have in the studio, what I need to do concerning this guest. So I know that once the guest, I have to introduce the guest so you people will know the guest. So before I do that, real quickly on our, let me do this now on just text message and WhatsApp. That's the platform that we'll use only, and those numbers are 07019339962, 07019339962. You just need to name the guest. That's all I need you to do. Name the guest. Tell me who is this guest that I have in the studio that I'm so excited about. I need you to let me know who that is. And the very first person who gets it right, you get the recharge card for today. I know I don't give small recharge cards. They don't call me Wanyoma for nothing. The person, who is that? What's the name of that man that called me Wanyoma yesterday? Do you remember his name?
I can't remember.
Oh, something about God.
Ike God.
Ike God.
Somebody.
Ike Godwe or something.
Yeah.
Ike Godwe. Thank
No,
you.
Ike God.
And you started with the name.
I'm stuck with that name. In fact, I want to be called that name. I need to be called that
keep
name.
doing what is good.
Wanyama. All right. So do guess the guest I have here. And then you get the recharge card for, at least for that segment. I will give recharge card later again. But for that segment, this quick segment, I have a guest that is very dear to us, particularly here, and to you too, really. So let me know which guest I have here. And if he gets right, before I call his name, you win the recharge card. So let me get to Honorable Jerome Chukwuemeka concerning this COVID issue that we have here and the rising numbers as we have.
In fact, of a truth, the issue surrounding COVID-19 is a mystery. No one knows who is actually speaking the truth about this COVID-19. It's a very major issue in this part of the country, this part of the world, where we come from, Nigeria, Africa in particular. The belief system is that this COVID doesn't exist, because when you now heap the entire blame on government will have their own blame. But the citizens don't even believe, majority of Nigerians don't believe that this COVID is existing in Nigeria.
Yeah.
And they go about, behave anyhow they want, work anyhow they care. When you are telling them to discipline themselves, what is discipline? Discipline is that self-control you have when nobody is there. It's not what people are forcing you to do. The ability for your conscience to choose what is right and wrong, even when nobody is telling you to do that. But in our country here, I'm telling you that 85 to 90% of Nigerian citizens do not believe there's COVID-19 anywhere. And it's a major problem if this COVID do exist. Now,
So it does exist.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
I'm not saying it does not exist.
All right.
Because we have had a lot of argument and counter arguments here and there.
Back and forth.
Now, yes, government on their part have not done what they are supposed to do. What we hear is trillion. I was referencing the governor of Kogi State, who was saying about 3.something trillion is being expended to handle COVID-19 issues. I don't know where that money is. It importation of equipment? All these equipments, if they are here in Nigeria, why are they not in place? Why are they not adequately put in place to ensure that there could be adequate check? So that is the major issue. When the government themselves even put up regulations as to the control of this COVID-19, they are not obeyed. The Nigerians...
Yeah, but are you even enforcing it? Because it's one thing to put the regulations there.
Yes.
What are you doing to enforce it?
That is what I'm saying. Attempt in many instances where attempts have been made to enforce this, you have seen a very strong resistance. You see the condemnation. If they say there's a lockdown, there's war. If you say you must have your nose mask, some people don't even put it on the mat. I don't know where they put it. So it's a serious issue. So we must begin to, first and foremost, carry out a serious reorientation, a very important orientation of the people, strict orientation, because if actually what is being stated on the news, they read 57 persons died within 1 week. If these things are correct, that the cause of this death is COVID-19, there is serious danger. There is serious danger, and something more serious must be done. Devoid of what we are seeing now, what we're treating this with a levity, a kind of a method of siphoning fund. Yeah. The members of the committee are maybe more interested in the money being voted out for the COVID-19 crisis, not on actually using this money to ensure that these crises are being handled. It's going to be a difficult thing to control. Because the antithesis between the government who is saying, look, COVID-19 exists, and the citizens who are saying, are they saying the truth? In fact, they're using this as a method of making money. It's a serious issue. In the Western world, one can begin to state that at least they are civilized and they believe that this COVID-19 is existing, and then an attempt to restrict themselves from engaging into activities that may enhance that COVID-19 is being taking place. But it is not what we find here in this part of the country, in this part of the world where we are.
We got your thoughts on that. So before I get to who the guest that we have here, let me see if I can read a few of your comments. I mean, if you people allow me and stop sending the messages in now. Where do I start from? Okay. This one here says, Prof. Which prof? Who is the prof? Another here says Odibola Properties. Another says, good morning, Wanyoma. You have Professor Andrew Efemini. Another here says Professor Andrew Efemini is your guest. Vili Dike, Professor Andrew Efemini. Good morning, Annie. The guest is Lord Asher Frank. Wanyoma. Good morning. The person in your studio now is not any other person than Dr. Obidima JP. I like Dr. Obidima JP. I do. I really, really do. So don't get this wrong. But will I be excited that Dr. Obidima is in that? I'm just trying to imagine. I like him. Yeah, maybe for some cases I might be excited. Maybe if I haven't seen him in a bit, I'll be excited to see him. Melody Newport says Professor Andrew Efemini. Annie, it's Professor Efemini in your studio. Another here says you have the founder of Save a Life. That's Dr. Okoye, I'm sure you meant to say. Another says you have Andy Apotive or Prof. You've got to be specific if you say Prof. Good morning, sis. Your guest name is Mr. Andrew Efemini. All right. Another here says you have here Dr. Richard Okori, Wisdom from Port Harcourt. Your guest is Andy Apotive. Your name of your guest is Professor Andrew Efemini. Name of your guest is Lord Asher Frank. Professor Efemini from Oyibo, TM from Oyibo. This says, my name is Charles. You have Professor Andrew Efemini. Good morning, Annie. The guest is Professor Andrew Efemini. Shima Obi says, Professor Andrew Efemini. Your guest is Odibola. But I'm Chief Bozwe from Rumodara. Good morning, Annie, and everyone. Annie, it's Professor Andrew or Obidima. My name is Depriye Kaladadi from Port Harcourt. Good morning, Annie. My name is Christopher Darlington Oji. The guest is a representative of Pinnacle Derivatives. Honorable Chukwuemeka is another one here. The guest you have in your studio is Professor Andrew Efemini and Dr. Saturday from Uniport. Morning, Madam Annie. I think it's Professor Andrew Efemini, Philosophy Professor, Uniport. EC from Woji. My name is Patrick. Your guest is Professor Andrew Efemini. And this is here, my name is Mr. Emmanuel Undukwe. Oh, really? I've got another Emmanuel Undukwe here. You guys should meet. Good morning, Annie, and your wonderful guest. The name of your surprise guest is Professor Andrew Efemini. Annie, it's Professor Andrew Efemini. All right, a lot of people are saying, why are you all saying Professor Andrew Efemini? I wonder why. All right, let me see if there's anything different here from the text messages. I'm not sure I can read all of it, though. Annie, your guest is Professor Andrew Efemini. It's Dr. Obidima. Another says it's Lord Asher Frank. This says it's Unko Taria Onyeka. You send this from Bonnie. What happened to Unko? I haven't seen him in a bit. I should see him soon. The guest in your studio that you're excited about is Professor Andrew Efemini. My name is Joseph Alioma. This way is Professor Emi Fiahaga. Is Emi Fiahaga a professor?
No, he has just given him one.
I would love to see that. And this here say it is Andy Apotive, troubler of bad leadership that you have in the studio. and the apportive trouble of bad leadership. All right, well, so let me just move on to my guest, the one that I'm excited about, and I'm just going to ask him to say something. I'm sure even if he speaks, you just know who the person is. Great to have you, dear guest. It is amazing to see you walk through those doors. I was excited. I just couldn't jump off my seat, but I was excited. Great to have you in the studio with us.
Yeah, good morning and happy new year to you.
Happy New Year to you too.
They say you are now Wanyoma.
I'm why in fact, I have always been Wanyoma. It's just that people are not seeing it.
Happy New Year. Let me say thank you to everybody. Thank you for your prayers, your support. I am back and I'm fit.
Oh yes, and you were jumping through the door.
Yes, I am
You were
fit.
jumping through the door.
I can take on anybody now. We can go for a race. We see who will be faster.
We should do that totally.
I'm ready.
After the show.
I'm ready.
Okay, man, will record us. We'll put that up. We'll put that up. I mean it. I am so excited to see you, Prof.
Yes.
We've had so many people who reached out and, were pretty worried about your situation. And it was overwhelming, the show of love that we had from too many people around. Thank you to all the people. And it is amazing to see you. I mean, you're looking so fit. I'm tempted to...
The level of discipline expected of any human being requires that we reflect. They quarreled with just weight. When they weighed me, I was 104 and there was quarrel.
So you were too heavy?
Instantly, they didn't accept it. Underfed me, in quotes. In 1 day, I dropped 4 pounds. And I speak to you now, I'm now 89 pounds based on instruction and what must be done.
Wow.
So if you translate that to how we live, it's clear that discipline is extremely important in what we do. We're discussing COVID-19. Believe me, I left here not even very conscious of the level of awareness needed to curtail
the spread
virus.
of COVID-19.
Yes, I was one of those days malaria. That our people have immunity for malaria. So why are they worrying us? So if at my level, I have that kind of consciousness.
Imagine
what will be happening in the rural communities and all that. Where in South Africa, they are now almost becoming like America. I was thinking that the South African blacks are different from the Nigerian blacks. But believe me, the awareness has actually risen. Between going and coming, I've been tested 4 times for COVID-19. 4 times, not once, not 2 times, 4 times. How many Nigerians who are alive and healthy have been tested for COVID-19 in this country? So the level of testing is poor. The cost of testing is outrageous in Nigeria.
Yeah. 50,000 naira here.
Yes.
Very expensive.
In a private hospital, not even a government hospital, I paid an equivalent of 8,000 naira to be tested for COVID-19.
Outside Nigeria.
Outside Nigeria, where the price should have been like 200,000. The reason is that if the price of testing is high, you discourage testing, because testing and detection of the virus,
synonymous.
They go together. So government must take the burden of the commercialization of testing of COVID-19. People are setting up labs. They're giving people licenses because if you want to fly, they take 50,000. That is, you want to do, they impose it 50,000 on you. It has become commercial business. There is madness everywhere in Nigeria. COVID-19, that many countries have started to test free of charge, because it is the responsibility of government to curtail the spread of viruses like coronavirus. So any attempt to commercialize it means that if the South African wave comes into Nigeria, God forbid we ever talk about the American wave, we're all doomed. The only other point I want to make, because this really is about government.
Yeah.
I never saw, I repeat, I never saw one person without a face mask in the whole of New Delhi. I did not see one person without a face mask. Even your private room, your ward, they want you to put it on while you are lying down alone. Before doctor comes to you, they say, put on your face mask. They ask you from outside, is it on? You say yes, then they enter your room. The awareness is as serious as that. New Delhi is, I don't know whether between New Delhi and Lagos, which is more populated.
It's more populated.
I never saw one person without face mask.
Even on the streets.
Believe me, streets. That, you try it, the penalty is equivalent of 20,000 naira, and police picking you and isolating you for 2 weeks. That is the penalty. It is unimaginable. So if you have a government, you see, when I criticize governments in Nigeria, I don't do it because I like to criticize them. I do it because they display lack of understanding of why there is government in the country. Lockdown is not what is in vogue. What are you locking down? You lock down this area, don't move. Even without face mask, you have contained coronavirus. Is that how to control it? It's personal hygiene and then personal protection. Sanitizers, face mask, don't take it for granted. In fact, many people now wear face mask and face shield. They go together. So if you have a governor who cannot make a law and say, from now on, mandatory face mask, Buhari cannot make a law, National Assembly cannot say mandatory face mask. Let it be what will now be giving the Nigerian police free money, free in quote. Let them now be picking people who don't wear face mask.
And be collecting bribe.
For them. When they collect 200,000 naira on your head, you will go and buy face mask for 100 naira, learn to wear it and wash it in the night, sleep, and you become a bit disciplined. Is it not this country that imposed war against indiscipline in this country under this same Buhari? Was it possible during the war against indiscipline period to urinate in the public? Who born you? I was in Lagos then. You must find somewhere to hide and cover yourself before you try. But now you can drive anywhere, urinate around Rumola, anywhere you like. We are back to what we used to be.
So there is a need for government to do the needful.
So the government, until I see that there is government, for as far as I'm concerned now, there is no evidence that there is government managing COVID-19. They are just making announcement and playing caricature.
All right, we got your thoughts.
Commercializing tests. How can you be commercializing tests for COVID-19?
Prof, thank you very much. We got your position on that, and welcome once again with your vibrancy into the studios. We missed that. Thank you so much for coming in. Dr. Desmond Mbete is also here. He's the lecturer, Department of Philosophy, University of Port Harcourt. Great to have you. So we're quickly talking about the issue of COVID-19. In 1 week alone, we have recorded 57 deaths. The numbers are rising. NCDC says they are seeing, even when we had the first wave, we didn't have these high numbers of infections per day. And we're seeing that now. We have over 1,500 and something numbers as of today. And we're wondering, I mean, they did understand that the second wave was coming. I mean, that's why they had palliative stocked up somewhere until it was looted. So what did we overlook that has cost us this setback that we're seeing?
Well, thank you. Good morning, Annie.
Good morning and Happy
everybody.
New Year.
Happy New Year. I think Professor Ifemini has almost said it all, but I want to lend a voice by saying that, first of all, there's a problem, a mentality problem in this country. Both the educated, the uneducated, the literate, the illiterate, all of us, not all of us, but most of us seem to have a problem with our mentality. We don't believe that things are true until they hit us, even when they are staring at us in the face. And this is not without a reason. One reason for this is that you don't know when we are being told the truth and when we are not being told the truth. It still seems to me as I sit here that during that so-called first wave, I said so-called because for you to talk about first wave and second wave, you have to distinguish between when the first phase or first wave of it ended and when the second wave came in. it still seems to me that our government, like has been said by Femini, politicized and commercialized the whole process. When you see that somebody didn't have COVID-19 and all of a sudden they come pick the person and claims that the person had COVID-19, when you hear people say it in the news that so and so number have COVID-19, you will be tempted to disbelieve it because you have seen somebody who didn't have it and was claimed to have had it. So that also affected and is still affecting the way people take it. I want to join those who believe that COVID-19 is real, and I want to urge our government to take it more seriously than they had taken it. First of all, we should try to understand the dynamics, the virulence of the virus, and especially of this second wave. And when you talk about the second wave, are you saying that the first wave, because there can be two waves of the same thing? That's one thing that some persons have not got clear. We are being told that there is a new variant of the virus. That is not exactly the same thing as second wave. The coincidence is that the second variant comes in this second wave. But the point I'm trying to make is that there could have been just one variant, just one virus. It comes in the first phase. It was about to go down, and then all of a sudden it gets packed off. That can be a second wave of the same thing. But this second phase, from what we are told, is a combination of the first variant of the virus and the second variant that we are being told is more virulent. And although they say it has not been established that it is deadlier than the first variant, but that it spreads faster than the first variant. So I think that government has to identify the factors that make it difficult to contain viruses or pandemics like this. One of such factors is extreme hunger. When people are faced with extreme hunger, they fear dying. And they also know that the consequence of the virus, if you're not lucky, or if one is not lucky, is that one is going to die. So at some point, they'll be tempted to weigh the option and say, if I go out, if I risk myself and go out for this thing, and I'm lucky, I may come back not dying. If you lock me down inside and I have no food, I have nothing, I'm going to die. So which one do I choose? So I think that government has to make it easier for people to comply with the protocols. If you don't make it easier for people to comply, it will affect the rate at which we comply with the protocols. So I'm trying to say that though not entirely the responsibility of government, because government is not going to force us all the time to wear our face masks. There are times government will not see us, or the agencies of government will not see us. We should have that sense of responsibility, that sense of discipline, that sense of moral obligation to others. Because I know that somebody can be in a situation whereby you want to commit suicide. But if you want to commit suicide, don't say if you are dying, others should die with you. So that is where sense of moral responsibility comes in. If you don't care if you die or not, care about the other person who is not ready to die. So I think that we have to work with government to ensure that we check this second wave of the virus to make sure that it doesn't defeat us. Rather, we defeat it.
Okay, we got your thoughts on that too, Dr. Desmond.
One more point, sorry.
Yes, please.
If this NYSC story is correct, it simply means government must take a second look at gatherings, especially gatherings around schools, around churches, around mosques, because proximity is one of the reasons why it spreads. So I just want to make that point. If it is confirmed that those cases apply in NYC camp, then there is a whole different ball game in what we are with public policies.
All right, we got your thoughts on that. That wraps that up. It's already 9:46. Let's quickly shift our attention to what we do have for opinion poll for the day. And we're looking at this increase in electricity tariff, where Labour and other organizations are howling as federal government raises electricity tariff. I'll read that story again. the polity was awash with a howl of protest yesterday by major stakeholder organizations as the National Electricity Regulatory Commission approved an upward hike in electricity tariffs. The Nigerian Labour Congress NLC vowed to resist the hike, while the opposition People's Democratic Party PDP rejected the hike outright, saying it will worsen economic hardship. On its part, the National Association of Chambers of Commerce, Industry, Mines and Agriculture, NASIMA, decried the hike, saying it will impede growth of the real sector, while the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, LCCI, said electricity pricing needs strategic approach. Some civil society organizations also lent their voice to the development, with several of them saying it's unfriendly and wrongly timed. The development indicates tough seasons ahead, especially as government and organized labor are still in talks over a recent hike in tariff, and that latest tariff hike is to take effect from July 1st, 2021. A hike in tariff last September sparked nationwide uproar, prompting the setting up of a committee to review the hike. The committee is yet to conclude its work before yesterday's hike was slammed yesterday. Moreover, contrary to the claims of the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission, NERC, that the latest hike is minimal at about 10% on ranging between 2 naira and 4 naira, a letter it sent to one of its electricity distribution companies indicated that a segment of consumers have been slammed with over 121.5% increase. Also, the tariff, we have different bands there. On service improvement by the utility, NERC ordered that the IBEDC shall be liable for service improvements in accordance with commitments under its universal service obligations for providing electricity supply to customers. Subsequent retroactive review of IBEDC's tariffs during minor tariff reviews shall be based on IBEDC's MYTO load allocation to the grid total energy delivered to all discos. Commission added that where there is failure to deliver on committed service level by IBEDC as measured over a period of 60 days, rates payable by all customers in the affected load cluster shall be retroactively adjusted in line with the quality of service delivered over the same period upon verification by the Commission. So obviously they're trying to say, I guess for IBDC, it shall be reflective with other distribution companies across the nation. The amount of electricity you're able to provide the people over a 60 days period review will either guarantee the retention of the rates you're on or a possible reduction of the rates with which you supply electricity to the people under your cluster zone. Like we mentioned earlier, the NERC said what they did, they didn't have a price hike. What they did was a review of the prices. I guess it's just semantics, review and hike. That the review was done in cognizance of inflation as we have it now, the forex exchange, and several other indices that they say is operational in the economy. This is what has forced them to put these minimal changes in prices. So in some places it's 3 naira, in some places it's 4 naira, and that this is done along the different bandwidths. People in a certain band can have power supply for up to 20 hours. They may be the one who will see a higher amount added to the kilowatts. Maybe you have about 4 naira added to it. And those who have lesser hours, maybe about 10 hours and less, may be the ones who will see about 3 naira or less increased in the kilowatts of the power on the rates with which they consume power. This is the explanation the NERC has, but it doesn't seem as if the PDP or Labour or any other organization is taking that to heart. And they're saying they would resist this move, and they insist that this is a wrong time to do this. You can't do this when we're going through this pandemic at the moment. Manuel.
Well, as for timing, I do not know exactly the time that will be better than now. Yes, because the world is full of troubles. If it's not COVID, it might be another thing. And that is the way it has been ever since I grew up and become an adult. There has never been any time you have freedom from all these disturbances across the world. And so timing is not always the issue for me. But I think what is the fact is that I support the PDP there. I also support the Chamber of Commerce. Those who are saying that it will indeed heighten the sufferings of Nigerians, I agree. Nigeria is not a developed nation because part of its reason is a lack of power. even those who have decided to go on not chasing employment, which is a very few to come around, have decided to be on their own, are not able to be on their own because and prosper because they can't have power. Yet the little government is providing, you are coming to hike it. Now remember exactly what they have come up with. These when they stay in the offices and they just craft out a bill for you and all that. That's what government is now saying. Like I mentioned, we are going to give you meter. We are metering you free so that it will be reflective of what you use.
Yeah.
Now, like you said, some parts have been metered and it's not going round and you are slamming a new tariff. In the first one that brought problem, labor union, as they are saying also now, they'll resist it. They went, in showcasing that resistance, they representatively went to government when a forum for that was brought up.
It was brought up.
And they discussed. They said 2 weeks was going to be given to them. And while that was being awaited, nothing came up. 2 weeks came and passed. However, one interesting aspect of it that should indeed make any Nigerian very much surprised is that a committee was set up consequent upon that hike. And that committee was mandated to come up with recommendations and positions on this particular hike. Yet the committee is still being awaited and the NERC is coming up with whatever they call it, whether it's what they call review or what do they call this thing
Hike.
that no
Tariff.
no inflation induced review, because that's what I understand.
Yes.
Inflation induced review. How can this if the committee then comes up with has it not been overtaken by event? How can government, because I want to believe that's why government cannot be everywhere, but through agencies, it will run every operation. Now, it has NERC there to look at these issues concerning electricity. And government is there with this NERC, and this kind of contradiction is coming up.
Yeah.
Set up a committee, review this, make recommendations for us so as to know the details of whether to go forward or go backward. But the committee is still subsisting. It has not submitted anything. And you are slamming with a new one. I've not seen where that kind of behavior is done. However, if you also say that this is not something that because we have done increase, but it's tariff that induced this review, I am asking, if you had put half cover, will the tariff carry it up to the level it did? No. And that is why I said you can, inflation cannot occur to a non-existing issue. So when you are saying 2 kobo, 4 kobo and all that, that means it's huge. That's why the inflation also has pushed it up to that level. And government should also understand the difficulty of Nigerians in terms of paying this. VAT was increased in 2020. 2020 is still around the corner. It was increased to 7.5%, and fuel was increased. Electricity tariff is. What kind of thing is that? Meanwhile, government is also commensurately not providing. I don't understand this kind of country. That means if this goes on, as for those that would have represented Nigerians, I have completely lost faith with the labor unions. What is TUC and NLC are saying they will resist? Yes, we'll be resisting a lot of things. But in the end, we won't see any resistance. So I think it's just a map. Perhaps if they go there, they discuss, or they won't discuss whatever. They will hold that parley and they come out. All I know is that this indeed will keep on making Nigeria going backward instead of forward.
For your thoughts there, too, thank you very much, Honorable Jerome. Okay.
And during the newspaper review, I had pointed out that my great worry is because of the essential nature of the product itself, electricity.
Yeah.
And I have also said that the Nigerian Electricity Regulation Commission is not a commission with any atom of sincerity. Yeah, I told the challenges we had here. A commission that is existing, and now there was a court order before the previous hike restraining them from increasing electricity before that matter is dispensed of. These people went ahead to do so. A lot of crises happened here in Rivers State, like I was pointing out, where the Nigerian Hotel Association even came up to challenge it. But at a point, they were not serious again, up to going to court. Petitions were written to DSS, police, and the rest of them. So a whole lot of assurances were given. Now, if you say you only had a review, I don't know the difference between the review and the hike. If you are doing this hike and then the provision of this product is commensurate to that hike, will they provide electricity? You are hiking a product that is not seen. The people who live without it. At the end of the day, you bring what is called estimated bill. The promise of providing meter free for all the persons who are consumers of this product. But is this seen anywhere? For you to get meter, you must pass through the back door and pay heavily. Now, let them provide meter for all the consumers so that what you are consuming is what is being calculated at the end of the day. Now, you go ahead, you bring a estimated meter. Nobody even knows the yardstick, the canon for measuring this, your calculation. You just come up on a monthly basis, you bring up a bill. That bill, if you say even with the hike, if they do accurate calculation, payment may still be easy to go. But you don't even know what they're calculating. They give you a bill. This month you are getting 7,000, the other month is 10,000, another month is 15,000, the other month is 5,000 now. It is not a uniform thing. Don't even know what they're doing. It's within their ways and caprices. Whatever they decide is your bill. It's condemnable. I don't know how an agency that is government oriented cannot do that that is in tandem with the will and wishes of the people. Now, if you had a committee that was set up, a committee has been saddled responsibility to ensure that the problems arising from the previous hike, we are talking of the previous hike, is resolved. That committee has not been dissolved. That committee is still subsisting. That committee is yet to come up with its final report. And now, the body responsible to liaising with the committee is now coming up with another hike in the electricity. The only reason they are giving is that there is a inflation in virtually all the sectors of the economy. Now, what parameter, what scientific measure did you use to even determine the rate of increment vis-a-vis the inflation itself? Will this electricity not be used before, if you wait until that committee finishes its decision and come up with a resolution? Now,
maybe the inflation was hitting so hard they couldn't wait.
That's what I'm saying. That inflation that is hitting so high, this increment now, is it commensurate to the rate of inflation? But when I hear TUC and Labour saying that they are going to react, they are going to act, I don't know what Labour will be telling me. I don't know what Trade Union Congress is talking about, because they have turned to become toothless bulldogs. They have become agencies that go to liaise with government and see how they can call it for, and then stop whatever they're discussing. By the time they meet with government now and begin to negotiate in the next few hours, not even days, you'll find that one thing or the other has happened, and then they will even encourage and liaise with those who are responsible for the increment. So they should stop deceiving Nigerians by waking up anyhow and say a TUC will react, Labour will do this. What can Labour do? Can Labour do anything? Look at the increment in petrol, one of the most essential products anybody can think of.
And they haven't done anything yet.
What have they done? Are they even thinking of what to do? They cannot do anything. So let every other Nigerian who are consumers in this problem begin to think of legal action. The courts are there to ensure and enforce, give decisions that should be enforced so that this erratic decision of a Nigerian Electricity Commission will be stopped.
All right. Okay, I'll have to pause you there too. And then we'll proceed to the news desk for the news update, and we'll return shortly. Stay with us.
Every hour. When the
was it not?
stories
Yes,
break,
we talked. Who was it? I was saying that
24-hour news team to bring you the latest.
Courts are handicapped. It was about police.
95.1 FM.
They said
Today, 95.1 FM. Board Hardcore. News update.
Hello and good morning. Here's the news update on Today 95.1 FM. I'm Annie Abdul Salam. Nigerian Defense Academy has announced that forms for entry into 73 regular courses are not yet on sale. The Academy, through the Public Relations Officer Abubakar Abdullahi, said any information circulating on the social media purporting the sale of forms is false and has no link with the NDA. Abdullahi advised the public to shun any individual or group offering the sale of NDA forms, adding that doing business with such will be at the bearer's risk. He said information relating to all NDA admissions as well as other matters of interest can be sourced on the Academy's website. The Southeast Governors Forum have accused desperate politicians of aligning with bandits to destabilize Nigeria. Chairman of the forum and Ebonyi State Governor Dave Umahi made the comments after a virtual meeting with the 5 governors of the region in attendance. Umahi said the governors are so worried about the killings and kidnappings that are going on by the people in the southeast, killing their own people and the security agencies. He said the situation is being heightened by the activities of very desperate politicians, this time irrespective of party affiliations. Governor Umahi explained that the 5 southeast states dissociated themselves from a bipartisan meeting convened by some stakeholders from the region on the security situation. He urged them to instead speak out and condemn killings within their domain. River State Governor Nyesom Wike has urged Ogoni people to be cautious of politicians and political parties who would lure them with unworkable promises ahead of the 2023 general elections. Governor Wike said this during the commissioning of the Sapenwa Bori Road in Kana local government area of the state. He said that the federal government may have failed in its promise to clean up polluted areas of Ogoni. The River State government, under his administration, will continue to provide infrastructure for the people. Commissioning the project, Enugu State Governor Ifeanyi Ugwanyi commended Governor Wike for his infrastructural strides in River State. And on the foreign scene, Democratic candidate Raphael Warnock is projected to win the first of 2 nail-biting Senate races in Georgia on sitting Republican Kelly Loeffler. With 98% of the votes counted, U.S. TV networks and the Associated Press news agency called the race for Warnock. Control of the Senate in the first 2 years of Democratic President-elect Joe Biden's term will be determined by the outcome of the second runoff. The result is a blow for outgoing Republican President Donald Trump. The election is being rerun because none of the candidates in the November general elections achieved the 50% needed for victory under state rules. And that was the news update on Today 95.1 FM. Do not forget, take responsibility. You must wash your hands frequently with soap under running water or use an alcohol-based hand sanitizer. Avoid touching your face in high-contact surfaces to prevent the spread of coronavirus. Have a great morning. I'm Annie Abdul Salam.
Radio has never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Wake up to today's quest.
Wake up.
All the news and information you need in one go. Get started with the best of sports, lifestyle, analysis, and Annie.
Can you feel it? Can you feel it?
Can you feel it? Wake up to today's quest with Annie on Today 95.1 FM from 6 to 11 a.m. weekdays.
Opinion poll on today's quest.
More than 3 over 4 of the loots we are talking about in this country today were loots within the 16 years.
Here is a great opportunity to sample all our opinions on the issues
Amin
raised.
Port says the PDP is trying to divert our attention because Nigerian funds was looted by the people. Melody in Uniport says Madam Jonah is yet to come in terms of the fact that her tenure has expired. Annie, please tell him that investigation is not what you make public until the final stage.
Send your opinion to us on Facebook, www.facebook.com/Today 95.1 FM, or on Twitter @TodayFM951. You can also sample your opinions with us on WhatsApp or on our SMS portal using the numbers 070-1933-9962. So let's get back to the conversation that we're having here. Let me move on to Dr. Desmond Obete now. Let me have your thoughts on the conversation that we're having concerning this NERC matter.
Well, as the earlier speaker said, this country is full of deceit. First of all, let's take the issue of inflation, which they talked about, as they said it's inflation-induced review. That's an empty, vacuous grammar. First of all, inflation is an economic phenomenon, and it is a reaction to something. Ordinarily, you experience inflation when you have too much money. I want to put it very simply: too much money chasing few goods and services.
Yeah.
And so in such situations, government may try to adopt a policy of trying to increase income tax in order to reduce the amount of money in people's pockets. There's a difference between income tax and profit tax. But what we have in Nigeria for now is not inflation. It's not just inflation. It's what economists call stagflation. There is stagnation in the economy, yet prices of things are rising. So electricity or power, as the case may be, is a product. And because it is a product, it is a commodity. In an economy such as this, the price is supposed to increase only if there is an increase in demand for that product. Now, during this lockdown, businesses are operating at under capacity.
Yeah.
So it is not natural to expect that there will be an increase in the consumption for power than it has been when the economy was operating at full capacity. So what is the economic justification for an increase in tariff? I think there is no justification for that. Again, let's look at what they call stimulus. In times of pandemic like this, responsive governments all over the world think of things like stimulus package. At the onset of this pandemic, Nigeria, because they like mentioning things that happen in other climes, but not doing them, they talked about providing moratorium for mortgage obligations. What that would mean is that in order to encourage, and it was also contained as part of that provision, that in order to encourage businesses, companies, organizations not to retrench their workers, they were going to give some kind of moratorium. If that is the case, then electricity is one of the primary triggers in any economy. When you talk about inflation, there are primary triggers, there are secondary triggers. So if there is an increase in tariff for power, that will trigger the inflation you are talking about. So, and governments are supposed to try to look at those primary triggers and make sure that something is done in order not to allow them to trigger that inflation that we are so much concerned about checking. So I think that, and come to think of it, you can say, our people say, you can cook soup without oil for a blind person and deceive the person that the soup has oil. But you cannot give the same person soup without salt and tell the person that the soup has salt. You are telling us you have not increased the tariff. And then the people receive bills at the end of the month and they see an astronomical increase. So is that not tantamount to telling a blind person who has his sense of taste fully in place that the soup has no salt? I mean, the soup has salt when it doesn't have salt. Whether it is 50%, it is 100%, it is 2%, to me is not the issue. The issue is that there is no economic and even social justification for such a hike. Now you say there was a review and not a hike.
Yeah.
That's also self-deception. What is review? To review means to consider certain variables and see whether there is need for reducing it, increasing it, or so. But there is also a second meaning of review. So when they say you do an upward review, it means that after your analysis of the variables, you have decided to raise the price. So there is a hike based on their own review. And if they say it is inflation reduced, can they tell us what is the current inflation rate in Nigeria? If you have not determined,
and how that has affected.
so if you have not determined what is the current inflation rate using what economists call price index, how can you determine the appropriate review to make? And so if we are operating a market economy, it is the interacting forces of demand and supply that are supposed to guide when there should be an increase and when there should be a decrease. But this is not a time that you are allow market forces completely to determine everything. This is a time when, like I said previously, governments all over the world, responsible and responsive governments, do what is called fiscal intervention, stimulus packages, to see how you can intervene to ensure that the situation is brought under control, because the economy, the polity, the state, and everything should be there to sustain the human beings that populate that state. So that's my take on it.
All right, then we got your thoughts, Dr. Desmond Mbete. Prof, now let me move over to you, Professor Andrew.
No, it's better that I talked like a professor. The economic terms alone
is enough.
I don't even know whether it's in philosophy department again.
And you're both from the department of philosophy.
My God. My teacher. No, he actually handles a course, philosophy of economics.
Ah, okay.
So I can understand and appreciate what he has just said. But let me just speak to us and be very. So we need to be careful. It's not about whether you have allowed or you have not allowed price increase that is at stake. I just did a small calculation here. To live in a studio, in a place where they don't take light, there is a minimum fixed for $21. And I converted $21 to Naira. And it gave me roughly 10,500 Naira.
Okay.
That is income for 2 hours. That is income for 2 hours. Yes. Income for 2 hours in the United States. But in Nigeria, it is 1/3 of the minimum wage.
Per month.
Per month. Not per hour, per month.
Yeah,
So-
I mean, there's
so-
even cases
so
of its implementation.
technically,
yes.
The cost of electricity may even be cheap in Nigeria. Because I've had arguments about trying to make it viable so that foreign investors can come into that sector. I've had all sorts of arguments. I casually asked somebody whether they take light around there. He said, why? Whether there's earthquake. Because I told them in Nigeria, you can just be sleeping and be watching. They will take light and you don't get it the whole day until 4 days out. Some people were telling me even 1 month. And they were saying whether you had the earthquake. So for the young people I was talking to, it was unimaginable that you'll be taking light. Their generation were not witnessing taking off light in the place that I live with them. Now, what point am I trying to make? It is the duty of scholars, researchers, Nigeria Labour Congress, TUC, through their research units. Just like at a point, we were able to determine that to refine 1 liter of crude oil, ASU was able to determine that to refine 1 crude of oil was 11 naira at a point when it was 70 naira. And it became clear to us that this so-called importation of fuel is the source of crisis of the Nigerian society. Till today, even this crisis we're discussing is linked to importation of fuel. How is it linked to importation of fuel? It is linked to importation of fuel by the high exchange rate. Because there is round tripping, all sorts of things that we don't need to bring up here. Now, when you have instability arising from you're not being able to act like a normal society, you import things you should not import. and then your exchange rate is sufficiently pressured, this kind of story will come up. But if you can deal with the issue of fuel importation, which a normal society should be able to arrest in 2 years, we have put up all sorts of ideas how to do it. Because when you solve one problem, the other problems fall in line. Do JVC, do joint venture with all these oil companies. Make it mandatory. If you are Shell, you must go into refining. This is our counterpart funding. Do it with Texaco. Do it before you know it, you're going to have refineries all over
the place.
And then you export. And with that, the economy will cool down. This confusion in Nigeria will come down. If you don't do that, you're going to be adjusting fuel price, you're going to be adjusting human being, you're going to be devaluing a feminine, you're going to be devaluing nanny, everybody will be devalued, you inflate, we don't have money, you impose tax on the man. That's confusion. Insincerity, and I speak to you, there are people who are opposed to even having functional refineries. People want to monopolize their product.
Of course.
People that are even telling they will sell international price. We have crude, when you refine, you sell foreign price. So that the people importing will no longer be at a disadvantage. Look, my friends, I want to get angry because this is January. This is January. If I don't start getting angry in January, which month will I get angry? This crisis we are discussing is about Nigeria. It's about how we are as a people. Things that should be managed very well, we pretend as if we don't have the brain, the intellect to resolve our conflict. So what you are now telling me as a Nigerian is that you fix my salary very low because I'm one person whose salary has not been adjusted since 2009. Since 2009, with all the inflation that you cannot tolerate as government, you peg me down since 2009. But you government can adjust something that I rely on to survive. You are adjusting it without adjusting wages. So if they want to adjust price to reflect economic reality like Dr. Mbete is saying, why don't labor press for immediate review of wages? Because I just showed you a typical example. I've also said that it is high time we go to per hour paying of workers. Because that is the best practice all over the world now. Norway is $20 per hour. Poor Mexico is $4.50 per hour. Poor Mexico. It is high time we go to paying workers as per productivity. Let's see what will happen. Let's see whether we cannot fix this country. So if we want to increase fuel prices, let's pay me as per what you should pay. As I speak to you, I keep saying it. I'm not angry for this one because it's you people who suffer it as a society. I'm supposed to be receiving like $5,000-$6,000 a month.
Yeah.
I'm not receiving up to $1,000. Are you not hearing?
We're hearing.
You are hearing? Someone that should be earning $6,000 is not earning up to $1,000. And some of you think it is normal. Why are you complaining? Are you not a teacher? Why are you on strike? This is Nigeria. If you don't like the work, resign. There's nothing they don't tell me on Facebook. It's not that I don't see those people to fight them.
Please don't fight them.
No, I can't see if I see that fight them.
I know you have renewed strength. Please don't fight them.
So the point summary of it is that NSC people should know that these things require very serious discussions. It's not this wow they are doing. Bring intellectuals together. Do study. What does it take to give Nigeria light? How much is involved? NSC should spend their dues. Bring intellectuals to guide them. This motopark thing they are doing, we go agree, we no go agree. It's part of the problem, like Ima said. NSC, I've always told people who care to listen to me, NSC is part of the Nigerian problem. Even the structure of the Nigerian workforce is no longer viable. They need so many restructurings. NSC has taken Nigeria the way it is because of the way they collect their dues, that Nigerian workers must remain the way they are. They don't even think of reforms, fundamental reforms, and pressing for reform for the Nigerian state. Who is not sick in this country? Which sector is not sick?
Every sector.
Nigeria is a sick society. Sinking boat. The captain, passengers, everybody on board. We're not struggling to survive. This is the beginning of confusion in Nigeria.
I agree with you because I'm really confused with this move by NERC. Even though they say that it was a review, I want to believe that there's a hike in the revenue that we pay for electricity now, whatever they want to call it. Now, they say it's an influence of inflation, as it were. So if I'm looking at it and I'm trying to imagine, should we then say, but they, NRC being an arm of government too, I mean, sure, is the inflation rate as we have it now, is it not because of lack of policies they have not implemented, or because they have, or the kind of policies they have even initiated, or some things that they have overlooked generally that has caused us this sort of inflation? So why admitting that there's inflation and then you still impound the ordinary Nigerian to bear the difficulties from that inflation? I mean, at what point is government supposed to say,
are you not the people that discussed the Nigerian debt?
Yes.
Now in trillions, it has to be paid. These things are all linked to all these issues you are raising. You have to pay your debt. And to do that, you squeeze people. I have told you that the Nigerian economy survives by sending more people to poverty. Since 1960, it's not a today thing. The only way Nigerian economy survives is to transfer poverty and suffering to the people. Nigerian economy has never survived by raising people up. So now your economy is threatened. There's real threat. World Bank, IMF, they are still in the Nigerian economy.
Because how many more people can you push into poverty?
All of us. Very soon, the National Assembly will start trekking. I think I've started seeing people calling for to remove their money. It will happen soon. Very soon it will be ash. Don't pay their salary. If you don't want to go there, don't go there. Some of us have said, send me there on part-time. Don't pay me. After all, we do ASU work, they don't pay us. And I stay from morning till the following day meetings, we don't die, they don't pay us. So if they don't want, some of us will go there and behave like I take the ASU spirit there. So all these trillions, the whole inflation is government fault. The re-inflation is government fault. The multiple inflation is government fault. There is no part of economics in Nigeria today that is not one way or the other linked to what government is doing. There is none. Importation of fuel, anything you say, you will see government hand there. You talked about borrowing. I don't want to go into borrowing because they have borrowed me. They have borrowed me.
So it's not you that is here now.
No, it's not me. I am now abroad. So they have to pay to see whether I can come back to Nigeria.
Whether they can return you to Nigeria.
Exactly.
It's a crazy situation we have it here. But I saw something. I'm trying to get. I mean, I think I don't understand it. So I'm trying to see if I can get back to that part in that story in the Vanguard newspaper and see if I can get understanding. NRC explained that the review was necessary following changes in inflation rate, foreign exchange rate, available generation. Are they not the ones who are generating? All right, so available, they're not generating enough. So look, let's charge you more money. I mean, that's what I'm trying to say.
Yes.
Gas price, they're the ones who are in charge of gas pricing. Collection, this is the one that is, I don't understand. Collection losses for ministries, departments, and agencies of government.
And then
So
so
agencies are not paying them.
No, he beat on Nigerians.
Agencies are not paying them. So because we are suffering here,
stealing.
let's give you extra, we'll pay extra.
That is it. And when we are discussing, when Professor Femini was talking about the inflection, you know, that's what we call sectorial linkages. If you don't bring up policies that will link all the sectors of the economy as to regulate it, the end products and the raw material must be linked. Now, you borrow money, you are not using money for production. What is the major cause of inflation? When there are few goods, like my friend Dr. did pointed out, there's no production. If you don't produce, where will the goods be? Go to market, the principle of demand and supply is very clear. That if you get to market and then the supply is less, they are definitely, the prices will shoot up because the demand will be higher. And now the availability of funds on the people, but in this case, that fund is not even available. But because the rate of fund being borrowed with stringent measures, no money can be borrowed from IMF. And you think they're giving you money or they're lending you money with ordinary principle. Those money being lent to you are coming with a whole lot of stringent measures. You must devalue your currency. The inflation must come. In fact, you should go on recess to meet up. Now, if government agencies are not paying a NEPA, or what do they call it, a power holding company of Nigeria, that is why Nigerian Electricity Regulation Commission will now hike the price of the product, so that ordinary citizens will now pay that which the government agencies ordinarily are supposed to pay. Assuming you go to collect, that is what that explanation is in simplicity.
Yeah, exactly.
Because you lack the capacity to collect money from, assuming Nigerian police the army, the navy.
So it's Annie now.
You now leave that those
come to
agencies.
Annie.
We are now to bear the brunt of what they have failed to pay. Look at that kind of interpretation to Nigerians, and we are here folding our hands. Nobody thinking of revolution. Nobody thinking of what to do to stop this kind of menace.
People who thought of revolution are people who thought of revolution are being jailed. I mean, sure.
The nature of that kind of revolution is not the revolution I'm preaching.
Which one are you preaching?
It must be mass oriented. It must develop from the people.
Well, people are thinking
it's
about
not
it,
what
but
you
they're not.
think you wake up somewhere and somebody else or what are doing this or that.
People are thinking about it. They've just not collected themselves together to create the bands that we need to see, or to create the groups that
Look
we
at
need
an
to see.
agency saying the ordinary citizens should pay for their losses from not collecting money from government agencies.
It's there,
And that is
written clearly.
And if you examine this thoroughly, that may form the fulcrum of what the losses there.
I think so.
Most of their staff don't even collect. They don't even collect bills.
I think they just threw that in there just to cover.
Unknowingly.
Yeah. Collection losses for ministries, departments, and agencies of government.
This is unbelievable. It's unbelievable. It's something that no Nigerian should hear.
They put it there so that you can react. They know what they are doing. It is for me and you to react. You know, when you they don't want to
address it.
They expect
frontally.
me and you to react.
So these agencies will not pay off.
There is a story of a government, the police not paying electricity in one of these countries, and they cut off their light, and there was confusion in the country. The government had to pay on behalf of the police because it is statutory that you must pay. That one is privately run electricity. They don't have sentiment for police, for army. They cut you off. They won't even come to your house. They'll switch you off from their computer. That's how they cut lights abroad. They don't cut lights by coming to climb meter and fall down and they use computer and remove you. Oh God!
It's crazy. The more I look at it, the more I look at it, the more I'm shocked that
the rate of
we are
hike
at
will
this
be
situation we are now.
rapid because this inflation cannot be controlled because nobody is thinking of how to produce. Nobody is thinking of investing into agriculture properly.
From single digit figures.
No, from the analysis by Dr. Mbete,
yes.
With this hike, will it not lead to another inflation?
Yes,
it's a trigger of the major one.
It's a multiplier effect.
Exactly. So that one again will trigger fuel.
Because
this one will trigger
somebody who has a very small example would be someone who has a frozen food store. Will tell you I'm paying more now for electricity.
Yes, definitely.
So this kilo of fish that you bought at 3 naira, you have
consumable
to pay 5.
products will all increase.
Correct.
You know, they made the mistake of thinking that it's only rich people and people that are into business that need power in Nigeria.
No.
There are people who are on drugs that they must store in a refrigerator on
Exactly.
a daily basis.
Yes.
So you need that power, whether you're a rich man or so they don't understand people's situation.
It's an essential product.
It's not luxury.
It's as essential as life. No, it's an essential product. That's what I'm saying. It's an essential product. It's what you must have.
It's worrisome. You begin to think that at what point did they? Well, I think someone has said it before that the government is not here because
It's
of the
policy
people.
failure.
The government is not here because of the people. The government is here because there's a pie to share, and so they will take the chunk of the pie that they can now. Yeah.
No government.
He said there's no government. So once there's
There is
government,
none.
so. This explains it. This explains it. All right, well, that's it. That's about the much you can take from that story. Labor, OPS, others howl as federal government raises electricity tariff. You find that story on our Facebook page. Please go ahead and let's get your thoughts on that. Do share it on that story, and it's also on Twitter. Let's get your thoughts on that. So we'll be looking at that at the top of the hour 11. We're taking a quick break. When we come back, it's Real Talk.
I am a proud Nigerian. I have been placed here by God for a time such as this.
The degradation, challenges, and problems faced by Nigeria are the perfect backdrop for me to develop and utilize my God-given potential.
I will not complain. I will not criticize. Rather, I will use my skills, gifts, relationships,
and experience to find long-lasting and revolutionary solutions to the many challenges confronting Nigeria.
Nigeria will rise again.
Because I am here, I will leave this nation
A better place than I met it. I will work to make Nigeria a praise on the earth.
I will work to make Nigeria a praise on the earth. So help me God.
Let me tell you how I got this far.
This message is brought to you by Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People.
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
You know what? Put that. Come on, put that down now. I go match and down. Oh yeah, give me that thing. Come on, give me the phone. Give me that thing. Oh yeah, that one. Shoot that police. They come over.
Insecurity has become a common factor in our general language within the Nigerian space, no doubt. Not only has it become a threat, it has begun taking diverse dimension we cannot ignore. A solution we seek. A desire to stop the trend is imminent.
Wait up. 2 seconds. Oh my.
God, hey, Jesus. Straight bullet, though. What kind of country is this? A boy I just said to go and buy something. What kind of thing is straight bullet from well? I'm finished, though.
Directly or indirectly, we all have lost people, friends, family, or acquaintances as a result of insecurity. But is security only the job of the government? No. Security is not one man's job alone. Every individual in the society has a role to play in order to achieve a secure society. We urge citizens and indigents to adhere and respect the laws of the state, report irregular activities to the authorities, and we implore security agencies to carry out their duties as stipulated by the Constitution and not infringe on the rights of citizens. If we work together, we can build the Nigeria of our dreams. This message is brought to you by Today 95.1 FM.
Today 95.1 FM. Good
morning.
morning.
My name is Ifeanyi. I'm calling you from. Hello?
Yes, Today 95.1 FM. Good morning.
My name is William. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
All right, William from Port Harcourt. Go ahead.
Talk radio.
You have a right to say no, right? All
I'm
right.
calling from Unipua.
Okay, thank you so much from Yenagua.
We are the station that needs no introduction. Of course, you know, we give the best in news, sports,
You like football, right?
entertainment, politics. In fact, call it talk.
Yes, we know there's a lot you want to hear, and that is why we talk about everything.
Talk radio.
We're right before you. It's just a dial away. This is your number one premium talk radio. Today, 95.1 FM. Voice of the people.
.1 FM, Voice of the People.
And we're back. Wake up to today's quest. All the news and information you need in one go. Get started with the best of sports, lifestyle, analysis, and Annie.
Can you feel it? Can you feel it?
Can you feel it? Wake up to today's quest with Annie on Today 95.1 FM from 6 to 11 a.m. weekdays. Fantastic.
minutes has gone past 10. You're listening to Today 95.1 FM, and it's time for Real Talk. And earlier on during the newspaper review segment, I did mention that we'll get back to a story that we took earlier on, and I said we'll revisit that. Ogoni cleanup, deceptive, politically motivated. Wike affirms as Ugwangi commissioned $10.06 line Sakbenwa Bori Highway. The Rivers State Governor, Chief Nyesom Wike, says the federal government has been playing politics with Ogoni Environment Remediation Program, recommended by the United Nations Environment Program. He noted that Ogoni have played a pivotal role in the economic development of Rivers State, and the country deserves more than what was currently being offered to the area. Wike stated this during the commissioning of the 16.06 kilometers dual-carriage Sakbenwa Bori Highway by the governor of Enugu State, Dr. Ifeanyi Chukwu Ugwanyi, in Bori, Kana local government area of Rivers State yesterday. The governor urged Ogoni people to stop believing those who use Ogoni cleanup exercise at the turn of election year to deceive them, and wondered why cleanup never happens when elections are over. I am not like the federal government. They promised you they will do Ogoni cleanup. Has it been cleaned? I promised you road. Have I done it? So you see the difference between our party and their party. The difference is clear. When election comes in 2023, they will start another cleanup. You people don't even ask questions. Why is it a year to election that Ogoni cleanup will always commence? Now that there's no election, are they doing a cleanup? Watch, from next year, they will start cleanup. Wike said it remained undisputed that only the governors of PDP were delivering development projects to their people. The governor challenged those who feel uncomfortable with his public declarations to also showcase their projects and invite people or persons of repute to commission them, as he has done since December. He stated that because of the existing mutual trust between his leadership team and the people, sufficient progress has been achieved in Ogoniland and in the entire state in terms of project delivery. Wike announced the commencement of the phase 2 of the newly commissioned road, which will now be from Bori to Kono, adding that the contracts for the project will be awarded to the same construction firm CCECC, which handled the first phase. Let me tell you, I'm quoting him now, I would dualize from here, Bori to Kono. It will be handled by the same contractor to maintain the same standard. So when I finish and go, I will tell Ogoni people that it was in my tenure that you got road, dualized road from Sakbenwa to Kono with street lights. This is what we call development. You can leave Port Harcourt and come back home any day, anytime. This is what makes a city. When I say People's Democratic Party governors are doing well, people are angry. If they are doing well, let them call us. Is it hidden? I'll just post it. There's a lot more there, but let's take it so that we don't have too many meat to chew. All right, so Emmanuel, let me start with the fact that, like I mentioned earlier, what he said, it's PDP governors who are developing or bringing development to their states. And he said it's a fact, it's not hidden. One of the things he did mention was that when they were commissioning their own projects, they should call people of repute. So these are two things I want to look at here in that statement. Is it safe to say it's only the PDP state governors that are doing anything of repute in their states? And what is the hullabaloo about commissioning projects, as we see, perhaps as the governor is even suggesting is done by other state governors, to prove that they're doing something for their people? And that if you're doing it, invite somebody of repute. That's the only way we know you're doing something.
You see, Annie, every man has a pattern of doing things. And so if the governor of Rivers State chooses that of flamboyant invitation of people to come and commission and then publicize that, others may not choose that.
What's your position on that, though?
Well, my position is that a project, if you decide, you can do so. If you don't decide, you can do your project. And on the day of commissioning, you as a governor can just come with your cabinet and all that.
If you were governor of a state, what would you do? Would you do it flamboyantly, Emmanuel?
No, I don't think any of my actions will be flamboyant.
Why? Why would you do it flamboyantly?
The actions will speak for themselves. Why I wouldn't do it is that, for me, it doesn't matter. You know, these people that come from outside, like the governors and all that, won't you also package something to give them?
No, why? They are governors.
Good. And they say, so you know that there are a lot that will be drained from the state coffers to them, just merely to come and commission. But of course, I am saying, if the governor chooses that way, It's so be for him. But for others, let him not say, invite us. No. Every man has his own pattern of doing certain things. But in terms of saying it's the PDP governors alone that are delivering, I will always find it difficult to agree. You see, a man buys, like I have a philosophy which I always use here. I said, nothing can be costly if one can afford it. If, for instance, the PDP governors happen to be in states that have greater allocation than where others have, for instance, you don't expect the other ones that don't have to maybe be able to do as much as you can do. And then, remember, there are also some, I know that they will say, just yesterday that he went across to APC. I want to say that even while he was in the PDP, Ebonyi State is not known to receive much allocation from federation account. Yet Umahi was able to galvanize the little he receives to do that, whether it's PDP or no PDP. But of course, that's the reality.
But he was in PDP.
No, understand what I'm saying. It's not the PDP issue here. What we are saying, whether he's in PDP or not in PDP, Umahi, because there's no other thing they are getting but their IGR and also their allocation. That's what funds whatever they are doing.
Yeah, but that means that because Umahi was in the PDP, he was able to deliver. That's what it will mean.
Let me then say, I don't know, is Tambuwal in APC?
Tambuwal is PDP.
Thank you. How many projects has he executed? See, it's not a matter of fact. If Governor Wike doesn't want to deliver any development here, he will not. It's a matter of how the person wants to do. I want to believe that Governor Wike wants to have projects he will execute in Rivers State, whether roads or whatever. If he doesn't want, he won't. Will you go and beat him? No. It's not a matter of political parties. That's just what my own angle is. So, if, for instance, Governor Wike is doing, now, tell me, I am from Abia State. Okay, Zikbazu is from PDP governor. How many roads and all that has he delivered in Abia State?
He might not be doing roads. Maybe he's doing...
No, I'm saying how many projects? Let me put it that way. Okay. Because project is not only about roads.
Exactly.
So, how many of them? Governor Wike is hearing, he knows much about him more than myself because he's his fellow governor. Now, let him tell me how many projects he has executed in Abia State. See, I think it's about the individual and not the political party you belong.
All right, Emmanuel, got your thoughts there? Let's get to Honorable Jerome Okere.
Well, the issue of commissioning, if you do a project and you deem it necessary to commission it, you can't commission it. The reason why most governors are into commissioning is because a whole lot of criticisms as to whether they are doing well or they are not doing well. So especially here in Rivers State, there's a lot of contention that the current governor is concentrating in Obiakpo and Port Harcourt. And now, if you have done something outside this state, you need to showcase it and then tell the public that this is what I have done. But the issue of carrying out a project because perhaps you're a member of PDP, to a great extent, projects are being done based on the individual aspiration, what the individual think is proper. Now, there are some states, of course, PDP governors may have done better. Because if you begin to look at some analysis, especially when you have a federal government and the state government that are not in the same party, most of the times those opposition parties will tend to showcase themselves as to enable them prove that they are doing better. But there are also states occupied by APC, which I think the governors may have done well, and they're doing well. I don't have the assessment of all the governors, what they have done in their various states. There may also be states occupied by PDP that may not be doing well. But the governor of Rivers State is also trying, is doing very well, because we are seeing commission of projects. You need to, if you have done projects and you think that those projects are worthy, and then the people will commend it, invite people to commission it in this part of the country where we live. There has been this tendency to commission projects. Unlike the other part, the Western world, where projects are done, and if there are even remain any infrastructure to be done, I begin to imagine they have moved away from infrastructure development to human capital development, social security services because they have done what they're supposed to do completely. But here we are still talking of projects, infrastructure, and the rest of them, and then they need to commission them. Now, like Emmanuel did point out, in Abia State, I don't see much that the governor of Abia State has done. He has not done much to develop Abia State. If you go to Aba, in fact, I went to Aba at a time, I cried and wept because even with the hills I drive, I find it difficult to even permit in those areas because the roads are not passable. So there can be other states that are also PDP that have done well. In this region, some of them are doing what they can do to ensure that the money given to them and the internally generated revenue are properly expended. And then projects, if the governor has said, look, I am here to commission this project and I will dualize this from so place to so point, he's making a point. And then if he say, look, the UNEP a project which the federal government is carrying on is not properly carried out, I have said here before this time that project was not handled in the way and manner in which the federal government set out to do it. It's being politicized, highly politicized, because what are you supposed to put in place? What is the milestone? What is the roadmap for doing this project? Are you doing it? If you're not carrying that with a prescription you have done, you're not even paying money, you say 10 billion will be released, so some amount will be released, and nobody's seeing it, anybody can come to a conclusion, which may not be hasty, that look, this project is being done, is being politicized, and politics is into it. My position is that every governor, whether you're of PDP or you're of APC, you haven't been elected, you should wake up to see that you are doing projects that will touch the life of people. You are doing projects that that will benefit the entire citizens. You should be concerned with how to develop your place. Because in Nigeria, in Africa, the political parties are not such that regulate the activities of their people. They lack the will to control their members. So most of the projects done by members are done because those people are willing to do them, not because they belong to any political party. Because unlike the Western world or even in India, the Indian National Congress will stipulate what the party will do. Most Western world, the party manifesto guide them. And those parties are constant. They are there. Define your modus operandi. You come and you toe that line. You do what the party said you should do. But here in this part of the world, I have not seen party manifesto or party regulations guiding the principle and activities of the occupants. So for me, I commend the governor of Rivers State for what he's doing by commissioning projects and also carrying out projects in other areas. But I do not think because it's a member of PDP, that's why that those projects are being carried out. Because there are other party members, political members of PDP who have not done well, and they may also see one or two areas of members of APC that may have done well.
Why didn't you say one or two areas of PDP that are doing well? Why didn't you say they're members?
I've said Rivers State is not PDP.
Yeah, no, I said the way you went to, you might also go to APC and say one or two members. I said
that's why I said I don't have.
When it was in PDP, so why didn't you say in PDP one or two governors are doing well?
I mean the governor himself.
No.
You mean myself?
Yes, yourself.
I said that. I said the whatever anybody is doing here is based on the individual.
All right.
It's not based on the party.
I tell you.
I've said so.
Right.
I said because I have mentioned Abia State. I have not seen any major project. If you go to Aba, I said maybe you were busy doing something else. I said I
heard all of that.
In
the last statement you made.
Yes.
When you said that within the PDP, it's possible to see some governors who are not doing
well. Yes.
And you said, and also in the APC, one or two governors who are doing right?
Yes.
So that's why I say, why mention one or two governors in the APC? Why not say, in the APC you might see governors who are doing right and leave the adjective of one or two out of it?
Because I don't have the data as to determine those who are doing well. But what I'm saying, I have said that party is not the determinant of what people do. Absolutely, because the party manifesto is not being followed. The party does not have the force to regulate their members as to what they are doing. So whatever anybody is doing is based on that individual.
Thank you very much.
That's my argument.
Thank you very much. Let me get to Dr. Mbete on that.
Well, Wike is a politician. And he's talking like one. if he says that the federal government is playing politics with the cleanup in Ogoni, I agree with him. I believe that the federal government is actually playing politics with the cleanup. But I also want to believe that Wike would have played even much more politics if he was in the position of the federal government with the same cleanup. So the facts are there that the cleanup is not going the way it should go. But Wike also, Governor Wike also went to the extent of saying that they should ask those in APC what they have done. My teacher is here. They taught me something they call category mistakes. There's a philosopher called Gilbert Rai. These are two different categories, state government and federal government. You don't expect, you can't compare federal government and state government. That would be a wrong way of making the comparison. Reason being that there are several things that the federal government is doing that will not be concentrated in just one state. We have diplomacy, we have security, we have several other things. So we shouldn't expect, whether they are doing it well or not, it's a different thing. I'm not saying they are doing them well, but I'm saying that the responsibilities of the federal government are such that you cannot expect the same level of concentration of federal activities in any given state as you should have state projects in that state, because the federal government is concerned with several other states. Haven't said so. Wike said that he is going to award the second phase of the contract to extend it from Bori to Kono. That's good. But what strikes me is his reason for doing so. He said, so that you people would, when I'm out of office,
I will tell you people.
I will tell you people that it was under my tenure.
Like I did say, there's so many parts of this that I would like to touch, yes.
Yeah.
So let's just stick with the first ones first. We'll get to this later so you can express this.
It's okay.
All right then. So you don't think that this is by parties, the parties that we have now, if you're in PDP, then that means you'll be able to deliver more than you're in APC?
That's not correct. It's been said, I don't see any real difference between APC and PDP. It's a matter of what individuals are capable of doing and incapable of doing, whatever they be. I agree that the cabal, the permutation of powers within different parties at any given time and given states might affect the way an individual may perform or not. But that's not to say that APC is better than PDP or PDP is, I don't see any difference between them.
All right. Okay. Got your thoughts on that? Let me get now to Professor Andrew, FM meaning.
You know, I don't like to comment about
I know.
Governor Wike.
Oh, him in particular?
Yes, because the whole idea of commending PDP governors, for example, reminds me of a sharp criticism of the governor of Bayelsa, the immediate past governor. No greater criticism of a governor have I seen in Nigeria than the criticism against the immediate past PDP governor that he was not able to do anything for the state. It came from him. Now, in terms of projects not executed, in fact, if I knew this thing, I would have brought some of the statements so that I read them out. After that statement, and anybody who used that statement, we know that PDP has shot itself on the foot. Those statements will haunt them in 2023. Now, when it comes to the issue of River State, I want people to listen carefully. The general principle is that development is not a project. It's not about projects you have executed. The reason why development is not about the projects you have executed is that you can never execute enough. On my Facebook page, I try to ask the remotest part of River State who have not seen evidence of government. If you see what people were writing, places that are unimaginable around the Mohama, around the Eche, if you see things coming out, you will understand what I'm saying. You see, government is not about showcasing. Because Nigerian government showcase. They do eye service. The unmotorable roads in River State. I asked once, when you run a budget for road, for example, don't you spread the budget so that you can reach those places that should be reached? Do you run your budget and you concentrate your budget on Port Harcourt? I asked that question innocently, just to help people to do some critical thinking. This state has high level of unemployment. Because I want people to know what government is all about. River State has high level of unemployment. In fact, it's one of the major poverty capitals of Nigeria. Who are the unemployed people? They are Rivers people. We had a situation where agriculture, companies, things were being done to create employment in River State. Suddenly, River State shrank. He has been governor now going to 6 years. What is happening in the agriculture sector? Give us statistics of how many people you have employed. Let's take statistics of unemployed people in River State. What can be done to generate employment? That's what will interest me. I'm a human rights focused person. Human beings are my focus. You see roads? I can give you a theory of how to construct roads without involving government. People don't even know the complications of some of the things we are discussing. If you pay people well, they will pay tax, they will build roads. That's how they do in Singapore. People taxes construct roads. But this state, except they convince me that the billions they're spending has a way of generating 30,000, 40,000, 50,000 real employment in River State. No respect. I never praise government for construction of projects. Never. It doesn't excite me. Because you will never construct enough projects to change the life of the ordinary people on the streets. And it is for the ordinary people securing their life, securing in the broadest sense of health, education, food, and other things. That is why we have government. So if you are going to construct one road to the end with government budget and money that we know is government money, then use it to begin to abuse people. Meanwhile, poverty is there. That same Ogoni people you are talking about, you are giving roads. I can bet my life that the level of poverty there is sickening. The level of poverty among the Ogoni is sickening.
Of course.
Because I go there. You know, sometimes I feel like seizing government money and sharing it. Please don't do anything again. Share money. Let me take my own share.
Please don't seize.
No, let's share government money. Don't do anything. Let's share it when we have shared it. When we have become self-sustaining, we cannot think about roads. A dying man. What has a dying man got to do with road? Don't you know people are dying of poverty? So I want a rethinking of government throughout the country.
All right. So I mean, it's
So as for the so-called environmental district.
Yeah, Ogani.
See, the state has not changed. I don't praise people. The Nigerian state has not changed. When you change the state, there will be environmental sanitation. Automatically, the environment will be mopped up when you have a proper state. This state cannot do that. Is it only Ogoniland that is experiencing environmental pollution? It's all over Ijoland. It's even up to my place in Delta. You see? So, don't politicize anything. Even you are part of the problem. That's what I'm saying. The governor is part of the problem. His idea of what they need to do with public fund is not acceptable to me because I'm seeing real poverty everywhere I go in River State. And it's not addressing those issues.
All right. We got your thoughts. Now, let's get to the issue of the one that Dr. Bitter was trying to raise there when he says the reason why I want to do this is so that when I leave, I can reference this and tell you that during my tenure, I did this road. Now, when these roads or when these buildings or when these projects are commissioned by whatever state government, who gets the accolade, really? Is it the government that was on board at that time, or is it the party? Who gets the accolade? And should there be accolades given, as it were? I mean, what's the point of saying I did this during my tenure? Is it the political system we have in place that needs to have that sort of hype, and therefore we can't expect the governor to operate outside the system that we have now?
I don't think it's, maybe a political pattern of a party or so, but I think it's just an individual thing. But for me, I can understand why he may say that, yes, I did this job. It was under my watch that this road was constructed. Now, in Nigerian politics, which is warfare, I tell you, if you do not specify what you have done, because if, for instance, that road, he does not give a nod for it, it will not be done. It will not be done now that he's the governor. And if he comes in, he didn't do anything at all, nobody is going to carry any cane to go after him. Rather, if the EFCC, and of course, you know that the EFCC seem to be maybe looking the other way for Rivers at Rivers State, and Rivers State is moving the other way. Whatever happens, only God knows whether judiciary is no longer what it should be.
There's a court order.
That court order, that's what I'm saying. Let it be forever.
Yeah.
Now, what I'm saying is that if, for instance, Governor Wike decides that he's not appending his signature to this particular what do they call it, contract, doing this Sakpema road, it will not be done, at least as far as he's the governor. And now that he has decided he's going to do it, and that is why I will always say, commend them. Because those who didn't do, you didn't kill them. Whoever does anything little, commend that person. So, saying that, I will tell you, that when I had left office that I did that, truly he did it. The person that may be coming in may do more, or may not even do any work.
He did it. I mean, his administration did it.
That's what I mean by he did it. Okay. Yes, this administration certainly, because he's the head of this administration. If he doesn't have his signature approving the construction of that Sakpewa road, it won't be constructed at all. That's the way I look at issues, and that's why when somebody says whatever he says, I pick it from that particular perspective. That's what he means by that.
Because you're so sick. Let me get to Honorable Jerome. Period.
Whatever is the reason for anybody to do a project, it's a good reason. If the governor said, look, I am doing this because I want you to know that when I leave office, you say, Governor Yesomwike did this. I don't see anything wrong with that. The secretariat, every day we walk to the secretariat, we remember Afridata's Spiff. We mention his name every day. Because every administration is headed by somebody. Like Professor Femini was saying, the state, you know, when you look at the state and occupants of the state, you distinguish between the state and the government. The government are guests in the state. The state is permanent. But the state system is a failure. It's a complete failure. The government has come to assume the position of the state. So the government is behaving as if they are the state. But these are distinguishable elements. You understand what I'm saying? So now, if everybody that comes in, I have tried to draw an analogy between the Western world and here. Here, everything here is personalized. So if a governor is saying, look, I am doing this because I want you to know, that is a very genuine reason, because you have the desire to even have a good record when you leave office. People can say, look, Governor Wike did this, Governor so person did this. Because those who didn't do, like Emmanuel is saying, is anybody killing them? Nobody is doing them. So if you get our money and you have that desire to say, look, I want to electrify this place, so when I leave office, you reference me. I want to construct this road. When I leave office, you reference me. But
that's the point I'm asking here. Why should we reference you, seeing that the money is neither yours?
It's not yours, but you are the one administering. You are the head. If within the body system, the central nervous system.
That is your head, because we elected you to do that.
I agree with you, but it's your administration.
Any failure. Why don't you give kudos to the people that elected and put you there? Because they're the ones that felt that yes, you will be able to do this.
Well, those who elected you, but you.
So why doesn't it go to the people there? So if it's River State, why does it go to River State and say, well, River State during this period were able to do this for themselves?
River State government under the administration of S1 Yesomwike constructed this road.
That's what I'm saying. Why?
So because if you say River State,
because he did not appear out of the blues. He got there because people elected him.
And the facts are very clear. It speaks for itself. It was not the River State government is a body that is in extinction. It is only the human beings. That's what I'm saying about the state. The state is a lifeless entity, except the government come to occupy it, and the government is not even existing without the human beings who are the occupants. So now, when you assume office, you have your administration. That administration is called Peter Odelis administration, Rotimi Ameni's administration, Governor Yesomwike's administration. So if within that period nothing is done, nobody will be talking about River State government at all. They'll be saying, look, Peter Odili didn't do anything. Rotimi Amechi did this or he didn't do anything. Governor Wike is in power and he did this. So if a governor is saying, look, I have come to construct a road for you so that anytime, any day I leave office, you will remember me. I don't see any bad speech there. Okay. Because it is the administration of that person that is doing that road, not the non-existent. Because if that person didn't sit down and say, look, I want to construct this, will it be constructed?
But it was you that you were in your campaign told the people that I would do this, and the people felt that that's what we want and elected you, right?
Well, most promises, you are coming to my first stage. I said, I don't believe on the political promises or the manifestos any party is giving. It is the real action when you assume office. What you have done. Right, now we can assess you with.
Because of time, let me just move on. I got your point there. Dr. Desmond.
Yeah, I differ slightly from Jerome's point. First of all, I'm a Christian. And as one, I am told that I should do things out of my motive should be godly, not because I want to appropriate praises unto myself. I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with the people ascribing a project that has been done to the person that was in power at that point in time. But for one to say that the reason I am doing it is so that when I'm out of power, I can say that I did it, doesn't count for me. I was actually invited to grace that occasion as one of those they regard as leaders of the place. The reason I turned it down was not to slight the person of the governor, but I told them, I am working somewhere. For me to attain that function, I'm going to sacrifice some productive hours. We have local government chairmen that are representing us. So I would have thought that commissioning of a project should be between the government, the local government chairman, and a few people who have time to spare. I don't see how I should leave all this place and, leave where I am, forfeit, sacrifice my work to go and commission a project that can be done exactly the same way without me. Having said so, the reason for embarking on a project should not be because I want to be praised. And I want to mention something very quickly. Yeah. Those projects were contained in the budget, and they were the very reasons given for collecting taxes from taxpayers because you had said you were going to use the money to build or do one or two projects. I would have thought that the real praises should go to the taxpayers that pay the money with which those projects are done. I agree that the tax will be paid and some governors may not do it. I don't see any governor that has not done something, but they are just not doing enough. I have not seen any of them that has done enough. So they shouldn't make any noise about what is their statutory responsibilities. And I also blame the people for it. When you make noise about when people are doing just what they're supposed to do, I should just thank them for doing it, but not to make any noise about it. Right. They have not done anything extraordinary.
So at what point is it noise and at what point is it just being thankful?
When you go to pay jingles on the television, on radio and these praising
so
people.
Appreciate the governor.
I know that you like that one because it brings money to your studio.
I'm beginning to wonder why.
Our people have not reached the level where they can relate to government possibilities. I have no problem with governor doing roads. That's the Nigeria of today. When we change the state, government will do what it is supposed to do. My argument is that there are better ways of running our society so that the governor doesn't go to celebrate roads. A governor
or buildings.
Or buildings. A governor will celebrate lifting people out of unemployment, lifting people out of poverty. It is the means that you do it is your business. That you have done it is the major politics in advanced societies. When you hear unemployment reducing in America, they are doing this, but the output is what is celebrated. You don't go and say road being constructed.
Obama created.
Yes, no. It is the impact on that on human beings.
But Trump is creating a wall.
Did he build it? Is it not? I beg, let's leave Trump alone. Trump, we are the results in the election show who Trump is after 4 years. So what I'm saying is that Nigerian government should learn to focus on human beings. If you say, okay, you want to end unemployment, if you build the road from Bori to which other community in Sekono, for example, and it's going to generate 5,000 employment, that's the kind of thing that politics should be all about what is happening to human beings. Later, people will draw a history of how you did it and talk about it. But the people are poor, and you are celebrating road. It's very hurtful to somebody like me with my consciousness. There are people who are dying of poverty, people who are in misery all over the River State, battling to contain crime because people are suffering. And you can't be praised. How much did you spend there? How much is River's budget? Do you know that one of the crimes of this government, excuse me,
federal government,
the secondary schools that should have generated, transformed the education in this state, built, one of them is around the Ogoni area there, abandoned. They're all over. That thing that was abandoned by Governor Wike and his government is turning their back on the Rivers people. Because that should have been, I call those things university secondary school. They're like university secondary school combined. They have potential to make River State education tourism, just like we go abroad for treatment, with capacity to employ people from outside Nigeria to bring about the best education system in the whole of Africa. You turn your back on it, and you're celebrating one road, as if road has become a big deal. Road is a big deal for poor people, underdeveloped people. People don't know what government is all about.
You know what?
That's my pain.
Yeah, I agree with you largely, because you know when the governor too also stressed that other governors who are doing it should call for commissioning of projects. I'm wondering about other governments who perhaps don't have this sort of tangible policies, who have initiated policies or acts that have seen turnaround in their economies in their different states. Who would they call to commission maybe such moves? Because there's nothing to come and commission. There's no there's no ribbon to cut. Yeah. So would you classify that those ones have not carried out anything in their states because nobody of repute? He was adamant to the kind of people to call people of repute. We've got to go. Let me just quickly move on now and get your thoughts on the issues we've been talking about so far. Send your thoughts to 07019-339962. That number is for the text message portal and the WhatsApp platform, 07019339962. Of course, you can also call in 0817-0000-951 or 0810-951-0951. Those are the numbers for you to dial to get through to us here in the studio. Any of the two stories that we shared earlier, you can comment on and do that quickly so we can move on. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, good morning.
Morning, Andy.
Morning, what's your name?
I'm Samuel calling you from Elios.
Samuel from Elios, good to have you. Go ahead.
I greet the discussants in the studio.
Morning.
Yes, I want to look at the issue of the commissioning of the roads and the pride attached to it by the governor of the state. You see, government is all about the people. These projects are supposed to be given to the people in the society without much ado. It shouldn't be at all. One, River State is one of the highest revenue earners from the federal government and other sources, including internally generated revenue. We're expecting more than we are seeing from the governor of the state. Remember in 2020, the first budget of River State was 530 billion naira, reversed to 300 billion. You know that many states in the north don't attain up to 100 billion budget per year. And yet there's a good project that are of international standard. We are looking at concrete things, not flimsy issues like roads. Like Professor Fenimi has emphasized, what is the government doing to alleviate the sufferings of the people? Look at the retirees. Many of them are dying in numbers. Those are those who are coming from the rural communities in River State, who don't have any other means to survive. And their last hope was to get their retirement benefits, including gratuity. And some of them are dying in pain. Some have died.
Okay.
Let the governor do something about paying the pensioners and take care of the civil service and civil servants.
All right. We got your thoughts.
That is where we will praise him.
Okay. Thank you very much. Hello, Today 95.1 FM. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Annie.
Morning, what's your name?
Yes, I would have loved to
What
greet,
did you mean?
the room. My name is Vaisa Chimene Mwodi.
All right, then, go ahead.
Yes, permit me, let me keep my greetings to myself. I think concerning the commissioning and Wike's position concerning Tapewa Road and what you told your Gonis, I think first of all, let us commend Wike. Why I said so is that, Annie, you and I, we are in this country.
I don't think that there's any condemnation. Hold on. Before you say, first of all, let's commend him. What did you mean? And there was no condemnation in the first place.
No. Allow me.
I'm not going to allow you because you started with, first of all, let us commend him. Like what there was initially was a condemnation.
Is that what?
There was no condemnation in the first place. So I don't understand your, first of all, let us commend him.
Okay. Well, I want to commend him. At least I have the right to commend him.
Go ahead. You can say you want to commend him. Then you now pay me for that.
Yes. Now let me commend him because even I'm passing through the road now as I speak to you.
All right, great.
For those of us that enroute those Ogoni areas, we have seen how bad that place is. And let me tell you, government we can decide not to walk any road. Nobody will beat him. We saw how the monorail was abandoned. Nobody has gone to kill and make it today. We must praise the government. In this part of Africa, if the government...
Well, the current administration refused to continue with it. He said that was a death trap.
They praise them. And please now, at least I'm a member of that studio. I should be given a lifeline.
We're having a conversation. Doesn't mean I'm...
You know, it gets me angry. Remember, Professor Femini...
What's getting you angry?
We know how he was praising PDP. Today he's in APC. Today now he's speaking from his vote mouth. So let us be sincere. And that is why I get angry.
But remember you were in the APC too. You were in the APC too. When you were in the APC... When you were in the APC, what did you mean? You had the same thing too.
Today he's in APC.
Oh, what did you mean? Nah, this time around I have to cut you off. Really, I did cut you off. You're accusing somebody of the very same thing you did. I remember how you came to this studio all the time too when you were in APC, and all you had to say about the APC was glowing.
Correction, please.
Glowing.
I have never been a member of PDP. Please, correction, public correction. Never. So let that be clear.
So you switched over to the PDP and suddenly there's nothing that you want to say that is nice about the APC, and all you have to say is glowing stuff about the PDP. You should have looked at yourself first before you made that statement. What did you mean? Really, you should have. But in any which case, I want to reiterate again that there was no condemnation of the governor concerning the road he did in Sakmenwa. As a matter of fact, we did commend that. It was a good job. What we looked at categorically was what he said. There was that the federal government was playing politics with what's going on in Ogoni, with the cleanup exercise. We looked at what he said when he said if other that it was only PDP state governors who were doing projects for the people, and that if any other person doesn't agree with him, they should actually carry on with commission of projects and invite people of repute. We looked at that. We also looked at the comments where he made about doing the second phase of the road, and he says, I want to do this because I want, when my tenure is done, I would tell you people of this area that I did this for you. This is what we looked at. So I don't know why you were in a hurry to get a dig at Prof here. It was definitely not what we're talking about that you responded to. What did you mean? Hello, Today 95.1 FM. Good morning.
Good morning to you.
Morning, what's your name?
Okay, I'm Sayude calling from Port Harcourt.
Sayude, great to have you. Go ahead.
Okay. Governor Wike commissioning projects in Ogoni. I want to say something here. How many amounts of food does this road project bring it to the table?
I think we did answer something like that yesterday. I said it might not be a direct means of
providing food.
But there is an indirect means to that.
Course.
People who can now have their businesses around that region because of accessibility. Land in that area might also gain some sort of ratings because of the road that is there. So there is that.
Road construction is a major development.
There is an indirect move for people to be able to grow from that. Unlike when you say directly you have been given a job, so there you can see it. They're two different ways, so you can't take that away from any government, really. Hello, Today 95.1 FM. Hello, Today 95.1 FM. All right, well, we've got to let that go. I can't seem to make out. Hello?
Hello.
Good morning. What's your name?
Good morning, Madam Honey.
What's your name?
Unyawaji Fine Face.
Unyawaji Fine Face, finally. Okay, good to have you. Go ahead.
Thank you for the good job you're doing. First and foremost, I want to thank God for the life of Pastor Efemini.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I thank God that you're alive, sir.
Thank you.
I'm very grateful to God. I want to say that I couldn't respond to your call some weeks ago when you said we should respond to assist Professor.
That is not what we're talking about. That has passed. Events have taken over.
I'll go to that. Yes.
Just get to the issue we're talking about now.
All right. I want to really agree with Professor Efemini that our elected representatives or political office holders should not be praised when they do what they're supposed to do. The Constitution provides that the welfare and the security of the people shall be the paramount aim of government. I know that. But my professor, I want to really disagree with you, with your position, based on the following reasons. I am from Andoni. That road commissioned by Governor Wike is not only to be used by Ogoni people. That road will be used by Andoni, Opobo, and all the communities around that Avis. I tell you, we have gone through difficulties on that road, that Avis. It's been since I was born. I came to see that road. So
please let me just quickly state something here. Let me state something so we don't have to repeat ourselves over and over. We're not discussing whether that road ought to be constructed or not. That's not what we're talking about. The road ought to be constructed. It has been constructed and it has been commissioned. That is not for arguments. That's not what we're arguing about.
There, it was upgraded.
Looking at what people went through on that road, where it was so bad, and that governor had to construct that road.
Upgraded the road, from what I understand.
Honestly, we need to be grateful to Governor Wike.
All right, thank you. But let me just quickly let you know, this is not about the road.
What is it about?
What were you listening to then? Really, what were you listening to? Didn't you hear the part that we talked about? He said that Ogoni land doesn't speak up when it comes to the cleanup. That all they're doing in the cleanup was political. We mentioned that. That's what we spoke about. We mentioned the fact that in commissioning of roads, the governor said it seems it's only PDP governors that were doing anything in their states. And that if anybody thinks otherwise, let them see commissioning going on in other states. We mentioned, does it take commissioning to show that projects are being done in states? Is it only PDP that was doing well in other states? These are the issues we talked about. The Saptewa Road, we have reiterated over and over, it was a good job delivered by the state government. Hello, Today 95.1. Or maybe I should just read text messages so I can skip the ones who are not talking about what we're talking about. Hello, Today 95.1 FM. Good morning.
Hello. Good morning, Allah.
Yep, good morning. Good to have you.
Yeah, good morning, Chief. When the crowded guests in the studio.
Morning.
God bless you for
Amen.
being here for us.
Amen.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank God for everything. Annie, you see, we keep talking about people playing politics with Ogoni. Who has played politics with the lives of the people or more than wicked in the state? And you see, this is leadership style. It's like the one Jesus was saying, they want to do things where people will be seeing it, to sing praises of them. But his own is not just that alone. You see that the people, he claimed that he's doing road for them. He's still collecting it, he's giving with the right hand, collecting it with the left hand.
How?
Now, let me tell you, do you think the people is calling to come and commission those roads? Who will pay their flight ticket?
That has nothing to do with the roads he has given to the people in our region.
No, I'm asking now, they will come now. Who will pay their flight? Is it not extravagant ways of spending money? We will pay their flight ticket. They will say they will sleep, they will lodge. You will pay the money, and you know what they used to do. If they spend all this whatsoever flag up or whatsoever commission, they will not write billions of naira that they spend in flagging or
the project.
Commissioning the project. Is it not giving with right hand and receiving from the left hand? So the leadership style he's doing is just making money for 2023. I don't know his ambition, whether he wants to be president or whether he wants to be.
And even if he wants to be, he has the right to attend such nights. He is. Even if he wants to be, it's his right.
Let him begin to work with, towards his salary, not using these systematic ways of.
So you don't appreciate commissioning of projects anywhere, not River State, not anywhere at all.
What stop the governor and the commissioner and the local government chairman where that project is done to go there and just commission this thing and everybody go home and sit down and praise him for?
So you don't want people of repute?
All the governors in all the 36 states and the other senators and
I don't
spending River State money for nothing.
Got your thoughts, Sam. I've got to let you go, Sam, because I needed to take text messages. Sorry, got to let you go. And this here says, it's Professor Andrew Femini, that voice. Welcome back, sir. I miss you. I don't know why this government is giving us a lot of headache. Just make us look like fools. Even economics is a problem for them. Thank you, Dr. Desmond. How will they say we have an inflation when we have an economy under depression? How? We've heard of fuel price hiked, food price hiked, electricity hiked, and these are supposed to be sustainable things that make life easy for citizens. And we have a government, though. And he also went on to say Governor Wike and politics are very much synonymous. Focusing on governance without calling or saying or calling out APC is a bane to him. How can he say PDP governors are accountable and have projects to their name? Are these projects people-oriented? How has this project affected us citizens? How has it affected the livelihood that has made the people smile? Well, I mean, somebody called about that road now and said, you should have seen what that road used to be and what it is now. So indeed, some of this has an immediate effect on the people around those regions. It might not have anything to do with you, but people who live around that will appreciate it a whole lot. How has it provided livelihoods? I think the governors and Nigerian leaders, be it APC or PDP, need to have a humane face and be more people-oriented and not just do things the way they want it. EC from Woji, he said, thanks to this quest for making my money. Prof, please be calming down. All right. This is here. Come on, Annie. You guys don't have to be brazenly anti-Wike. I'm not a party man, but I believe every well-meaning person in Rivers should applaud what Governor is doing. He's both proactive and responsive. You didn't indicate your name, so I'm just going to reference you as per this text message. I don't know how we were anti-Wike. What I was trying to say is that we were not here looking at the road particularly. I think I appreciate the fact that everybody believes that that road ought to be constructed. The people in that region need it. People who will be using that road will definitely need that road. That aside, there were other issues that I needed to look at, and that's what I wanted people to concentrate on, and not the road itself. And then you move on to this. It says, good morning, presenter. The governor of River State lacks how to talk about projects and how it should be done in other states. He should focus on infrastructural projects that will create employment and attract foreign direct investment, not building roads and flyovers. He should learn how government is run. My name is Wisdom. But come to think about it, if if you want to attract foreign investment and you don't have roads, does that work?
That's why I said that roads are important also.
You don't have
They are
means.
important part of development.
Perhaps the
whichever
foreign
way you look at
investment
it.
wants to go and build something in Ogoni. How will the people there say, okay, look, we can use these roads now to access Port Harcourt as quickly as possible? So, I mean, it's part of it, really.
You can road is an essential commodity for development. The only thing is that you need to combine road construction with other sectors.
Human development.
It must be comprehensive.
Hello, good morning to you all. Regarding the issue of projects, what do we think about River State is an entity having a sustainable development plan or projects based on the priority needs of the people, which every governor should key into and implement regardless of the party? Please respond. Emmanuel from Cornerstone. What am I responding to? When I've read your text, though. Prof, thank God you're back. You went and you conquered. I wonder why we praise any government for doing the job they signed for. It is unfortunate that Governor Wike never traveled out of his state. Let him go to Kaduna and Borno State and see what they call projects with transparency. I don't want to mention Lagos. He will know that he has done less. After his tenure, we'll see things. This is from Joe. Annie, I must commend you for your no-nonsense approach this year in your show. You took a lot last year, and I can see you have decided to follow the proper NBC code without fear, favor, or sentiments attached to anybody, no matter how high or she might think he is. Kudos to you. Please do more for us, your time-being listeners. Hashtag no hate speech. Hashtag no propaganda. I'm opening up from Orazi. I think I should just... I didn't have that as a New Year resolution. I think I should just adopt
She's
that.
reminding you to adopt it.
Please remember, I think I will. Thank you very much, Obina. Good morning, everyone. In the studio, the governor executes project problems. He didn't do project problems. Nobody is God. Please let the governor have a little peace of mind in River State. Daniel in Port Harcourt. Good morning, Annie and others. The increase in electricity tariff by the Buhari-led federal government is luciferous and preposterous. This Muhammadu Buhari administration is tempting to see if Nigerians can rise to defend their rights. I'm shocked how the government of Muhammadu Buhari, the police, and the PHCN have refused to learn from the NSAS protests, but are bent on deliberately inflicting pains on Nigerians. The government of Muhammadu Buhari has lost legitimacy and therefore should throw in the towel and avoid using the armed forces to suppress. The increase is a bunch of nonsense. This is from Unye Awaji Fine Face from Ungutam. You're the one who called in earlier. Annie, I really want to challenge you. Okay. Have you at any time go out to investigate River State's self-praise news from the people affected? Ogoni needs water, light, create jobs in marine, good hospitals, agriculture. Annie, I only see low thinking in governance from 1999 till date. We don't need this type of people. What's spoiled is the language. Bobari sent this in. I think that we mentioned some of this, that yes, there's more to be done. But like Emmanuel and Honorable Jerome noted here, that with the kind of system that we have operational, some of these governments can come in, achieve nothing, still take our money and go, and not much is gotten out of it. So in the case where they've done one or two, you might find people who think that they need to roll out the drums and come to media houses like ours. We're not discriminating. We'll take your money and say thank you to the governments in place. I understand why that has to happen. Like I said, it is the government and the situation we have in place. It will be very difficult to expect that the people who operate in the kind of system we have here operate outside the system. What we must do is insist that we change the system so that the governors who get sworn in don't feel obliged to do this along the lines that they have done in the past. We must insist that we have a change in system. Good morning, Annie and the guests in the studio. Wanyama, I'm deeply disappointed in Nigerian state. You see, we don't know the damage meted on us until we come face to face with them. Just yesterday, I took my little niece to enroll her in one of the state's primary school. Just mentioning my intention, the headmistress objected that there's no chance, which I later understood that there's no place to allow new intake. I reluctantly left her office on my way to the gate. I thought interviewing a few students I saw. They said they lack teachers, that there are averagely 50 pupils or more in a class. And a class may have class A, B, and C, with one teacher taking at least 12 subjects per class.
Sorry.
The summary is that most of the governors and leaders do not know anything about developing societies. Building bridges, roads does very little to help the society, but human capital development should be of utmost priority. We can see the loud noise we're making about flyovers, etc., should be channeled to employing sufficient teachers that will shape our society tomorrow. Chibike Woji sent that in. I'll take one last text. Good morning, Annie and Ima and the guests. First, let me thank God for the life of Prof. It's a thing of joy hearing his voice once more. As for real talk, Governor Wike will not stop amusing us. Roads are not development. Human capital development is what Rivers people is in dire need of. We need past governors that work for Rivers without noise. People admire your good work, then commend you for it. But Wike will never allow us hear something. With high politicization of everything in River State, Wike was a minister in PDP government when UNEP report was abandoned by Jonathan and Wike. But the government has started to clean up and he's politicizing it. Enough of the deceit from Wike. Matthew, Onisun, Ben, Samuel from Ikodi and Geni in Ahoder West, you sent that in. But like somebody said here, that even if it means that the last administration didn't do anything concerning the UNEP report, how much is being done by the present administration? It is almost tantamount to not doing anything in the case of some people who view it. Some people say what has been going on there is just a charade. And like the governor mentioned, maybe it's something for politics. So every year that is an election year, they have something on the card to use and ask for your votes. One last call, we have to go. Hello?
Ali.
Yep, good morning. Gift.
Good morning. One last call. I'm the person.
Gift, you're the last caller for the show. Good to have you. How's it go out?
Happy New Year to my sister Annie. God bless you.
God bless you too.
2021. Good morning to all the guests in the studio. That is bad for us. May God bless you too.
Good morning.
Yes, let me now disagree with Prof and the other guest that is from the Guni axis that they invited.
Yes, Dr. Desmond Mbete.
Yes. Let me tell you, this human capital development, and please one day try and visit Bayelsa. Let me take you around so that people will understand the meaning of development and underdeveloped society. In the whole of Nigeria, I don't want to talk about places I don't know. With what I'm watching, Bayelsa is number one, with all the wealth and everything. I want people to disagree with the government in terms of all PDP states or governors. No, Bayelsa. That is the gospel truth. But somebody is telling me I am Southern Niger local government. Do you know what happened to the police officers? You read it on your news. This last senatorial election, the by-election, about 4 policemen lost their lives because what? We don't have road. And we are chef in the whole of Bayelsa State. And the biggest, and one of the biggest local governments in the whole of this country. We share boundary with Guinea, Equatorial Guinea. You understand the point? But we don't have road from Yenepo, the state capital, to Southern Niger. And somebody will be telling me, human capital development. Once you open up the town from this very capital to that local government, and a lot of things will happen. You talk about estates that will come up. You talk about people that will relocate to those areas. And somebody is telling me in the studio, and forget about roads. Please go to your dictionary. Let's find out if building of roads is not part of this human capital development that we are shouting about. Wike is not doing this, is not doing. That is the most important thing, because if you come to Yenegua, my road, my street, and I'll be telling you, I did walk way to my own house with my own hard-earned money, not government of the state, in the state capital. We don't have road. It is NDDC that is trying to now fix them. They are through with the construction of the drainage, but they packed their loads and left the very street that I'm crying about. Once you do that, I'm telling you, buildings that are here, even construction, things that I put up, that I'm expecting people to rent. I know how much I will receive. People should stop this hate.
We got your thoughts on this, Gift. Thank you very much as we wrap up the last call for the show. We've got to go. Let me start with Honorable Jerome Chukwuemeka Okere.
Honey, I have said that the state is a failed state because the government that occupied the state is not making the state look real or to become what they are. But in terms of development, there's no way you can eliminate road construction. It's very essential because passage of commodities from those roads, raw materials, and even the market, access to market is through road. And once you are passing through a bad road, you are in hell. A road construction will bring development and some other areas. But every government should not only concentrate in road construction. There should be a comprehensive map of development, which will also involve other sectors, the agricultural sector, the hospital, building of hospitals, human capital development, and very, very many areas, so that this development can be comprehensive.
All right, then. You know, I just got word from entertainment. It says already 45 minutes gone past the hour, so I might as well just take their time. They'll take the 12:30, so we have a little bit more time on our side, thankfully. So for address that, let me take a few text messages and then I'll get back to you. Happy New Year to you all your guests, Annie. I'm overwhelmed to hear the voice of the prof. I thank God for you. There is a big problem with us as a people. Annie, do you know that most doctors still don't believe that this COVID is real? Now tell me, if some doctors can still not believe COVID, how do you think ordinary people will be? I agree with you. Annie, if road construction is not important, people should stop complaining about bad roads. Exactly. This is Chris from Port Harcourt. Professor Andre Femini, you are welcome, and remain blessed and remain unnamed. Thanks. Bob Brown, Chigo. Dr. It says, Prof, I'm surprised you're sounding this way because electricity tariff is being increased and your salary is less than $1,000 and has not been increased. Remember that it is APC and Buhari's government that increased the price, not previous PDP and Jonathan's government. Also, remember, you voted for next level. This is from law, so don't complain. That's what he's trying to say. This one says, if you like, let him invite Boris Johnson. 2023 would not be easy for him. Sir P from Ichi. Boris Johnson from UK. Good morning, Annie, Prof, Ima, and others in the studio. I'm Nonya from Umwaba in Omuma local government area on Governor Wike commissioning road projects. Annie, until Iguruta Chokocho, Okehi, Okbala Road is dualized and constructed, the people of Ichi and Omuma will continue to call and remind the governor there is no development immediately you cross Iguruta to Iche side because of the state of the road, and is not speaking well for the state. Nonya, you sent that in, so I guess that's another pointer why roads are important.
Very, very.
Another here says, Engineer Joe from Rumola, I just want to say thank you, Wike. I'm a lecturer in Bori Polytechnic. Wike has saved me from kidnapping, which I escaped last year because of bad road. So that's another pointer why roads are good. Annie, well, first of all, maybe it might also start dealing with the issue of kidnapping too. Annie, please, when will Governor Wike commission any industry in River State? Or is it governance all about road? If I Chukungo, you send that in. Annie, please. Good morning, Annie and Co. Why will Mr. I Service talk about Ogoni cleanup? Your concern should be about how to invest in agriculture and employment. Temple from Bori in Ogoni land. You send that in. You know, one thing again, like I said earlier on, we have a kind of system that runs where the people want to hear what you did before perhaps they can believe you to do the next. And so there's a lot of self-praise in the kind of government that we run. And I'm thinking that it would be foolhardy to ask the governor or any governor now to operate outside that. How do you want them to advance in other positions that they might aspire to? And it is within their rights to aspire for those positions, because the kind of system we run here, you must say I did. Like when Buhari comes on board, when he was coming on board, he was pretty much brought on board because they believed that he personally would be able to deal with the issue of corruption, and they needed a person of Buhari to do that. And I think that maybe part of it is also what the governor is trying to he had the wherewithal to do all of this. So I'm speaking about this. Other governors who had come in didn't do it. I am doing it. So that when next I'm advancing for something, you know that when I say I'm going to do something, I will deliver. I think that in some quarters, they call him Governor Talk and Do. So, I mean, is it an abstract from the kind of situation we find ourselves, or political situation we find ourselves in Nigeria? Let me just start with you on that, Dr. Mbite. I don't think it is too different. And we can't ask him to operate outside of that.
Well, let me just put it clear that nobody in this studio today has said that the road is not part of development. We all agree that development has aspects. We have what we call infrastructural development and human capital development. But I think that the point some of us have emphasized is that the other aspects of development, like infrastructure, are meant to serve the people. And so the people have to be alive to benefit from and enjoy those other things. So while you are embarking on roads and other infrastructural developments, also pay due attention to the the human beings. One of the callers said that Governor Wike was giving with one hand and taking with one hand. I think I agree with him, even though he didn't state why he said so. For those who are not aware, every local government area in Rivers State now forfeits something to the state, and they said it is for development. The governor said, if you want to come back for your second tenure, don't mention project. So money that is meant for project in the state is withheld from source. What that means is that indirectly, it is the local government areas that are embarking on those things, but because Wike wants to appropriate the praise onto himself, he doesn't want the people to do it in their local government areas. So I think that so much noise shouldn't be made about when people do what just they should do.
All right. Okay. Prof, want to say something on that?
No, you see, many people are not understanding the point I'm trying to make. First of all, I am saying that if a government, I'm not just talking about governor, if a government, state, federal, these local governments, I don't recognize them because I don't know what they are there for. I'm not seeing evidence of local governments in Nigeria, especially because of the drain in local governments, federation accounts, predominantly distributed inappropriately, disproportionately throughout the country. So I believe in restructuring. That's the point I want to summarize. Now, in a properly governed society, I'm saying that those roads will be constructed without me and you being praised. Yeah. That this idea of Namiduam in our language is part of the evidence of underdevelopment. That in other parts of the world, roads are constructed. Obama doesn't tell people have constructed road. No governor makes it an issue. It is part of the reason why you have government. And because you are even doing one road and making it clear, you are showing the failure of government already. Because all roads are supposed to be passable by the nature of government. You are supposed to structure government in such a way that no road should be bad. And I'm telling you that I have an idea of how to do it. People don't understand me.
We understand you.
There are strategic placement of government such that no road will be bad.
We just can't hire you at the moment, but we hear you.
You don't need to hire me. That's what I'm saying in the studio. That you are selecting roads that you have done and talking about it. It's only a sign of being a village person.
Yeah, okay, good. I agree with you. If that's what your position
You
is.
are not
But then this is the system that we have here.
We have a bad system, that's what I'm saying.
So this is not the fault of the governor. He's just operating in a system that's already
As a governor, he's strategically placed to take a major debate to the center. His voice is important. If his voice is about transformation, he'll be heard. Not have done this road with the money given to me. Come and praise me.
Well, for me, I think these roads can be constructed, commissioned without invitation of maybe high caliber individuals to come and do the commissioning. Yes, they can be done with the governor and important personalities in Rivers State. But he has chosen to invite them, and so he will invite them. But following what Dr. Mbete said, if the governor says maybe he's not talking about development in local government, I am very much aware that he praised Samuel Wanosik.
I'm surprised that he said
he
that.
praised him for his developmental strides in Ikwere local government. So is it that he's for Samuel or what, and then against other local governments?
All right, then.
That's why I intended to correct that, because there is no time the governor has told any local government not to carry out.
No, the point I was making is that he withheld some part of
Let him clear his position. Let him clear his position. What position we're trying to make there? You said the point you're making was
that the governor withheld some part of the allocations to local government areas that are meant for projects.
He withheld?
Yes.
The governor withheld?
Every local government chairman will tell you.
All right, then. Okay.
At source.
When that is him, that is not evidently noticed. I know that there are the funds coming to the various local governments are quite enough to develop the various local governments. Example can be seen from the Kure local government area. Is it not part of the local government?
They're not enough.
Which other
They're not enough.
Which other place?
No, I've mentioned most of the local government areas are failure. I've said so.
Okay.
That's the point I'm trying to make. Not because the funds are not.
I mean, we keep calling Ikwere. What did Ikwere do?
No, they did a lot of progress.
What did he do? I want to know.
I've seen it. I saw them. I'll send it on. I will send
no,
it.
No, just tell me now. I've
seen the secretariat.
Secretariat for who?
I've seen.
The secretariat for who?
I've seen. Listen, Annie. I didn't cram them, but I'm going to post them to you. I have seen the projects in virtually all the wars in Ukraine.
Okay.
One project or the other. If you do a comparative analysis, you find that if you just oppose what he has done with what other local governments have done.
Hold on, I'm just going by one you told me, secretariat, and I'm wondering the secretariat obviously the secretariat existed, so maybe what he did was what, an upgrade to a secretariat.
It's a project, and there are others. But there are in some areas. Look, I don't want to. There are. I have them. If I have time to.
The only reason I'm asking this
those are not the reasons why you have government. This is part of the problem we have in Nigeria. Sorry, if we don't understand the purpose of government,
Prof, allow me to express
then we are wasting time in Nigeria.
Let me just quickly say the only reason why I particularly said what's going on in the query is because I noticed that everybody came to say, oh, apart from the query. So what is even going on in the query local government that warrants people to keep putting them aside and saying, apart from this local government, others failed. What did the local government then do, really? I was hoping that maybe you can spotlight it so that we can say this is how other local governments should have carried on with their administration.
You can invite the chairman of the
local government. Because that's a different thing entirely. You said
I was present. I witnessed on television and other print media when they went to commission some of those projects. Okay. I witnessed it.
All right.
I'm not speaking because I have anything to gain from something I want to say. But when you now take that away from Ukraine and go to other local government areas, what can you see? It's not because the funds are not getting to them. They have the funds. But they have diverted those funds to doing some other things. Everybody will agree, like we did agree, that when a government exists, a government does not exist for a particular sector. That's what I'm saying. But you can't completely undermine a road construction, which is a pivotal to several other developments. Like each time we are going,
I think it's the fanfare that is associated with the commissioning.
That's what I'm saying.
I think that's not the road itself.
You explained the reasons. You explained. You tried to explain that. When I was in my speech here, I said in Western world, we don't even discuss road construction.
No.
Because you may not even say want to construct. Because the government of those places have finished that. They have moved, I said here, they have moved to human capital development, social security services. That was my speech. Now, but in this part of this country, which you also of this world, it's a third world nation, we are classified as underdeveloped. Now you see most people, the intention, people begin to say, what have you done? So every government, not even the government of Governor Sonwike, every governor in all parts of this country are desirous of showcasing what they have done because they want to be able to witness what they have expended with their money. Government is supposed to exist for the people and then undermine some unnecessary showcasing. But is that the case in this part of the world? The answer is no.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
So anybody, yes, it's a holistic approach. Yes. It's something I have said here that most of the problems we have, the masses themselves, the middle class, are not abreast with what they need to do to challenge the government.
Indeed.
So anybody doing that should be condemned because the constitution of growth is pivotal.
Thank you very much. Information. You see, if you go to the history of the Niger Delta, I want to be contradicted. No governor that has ruled in the Niger Delta since 1999 has constructed roads in all local governments, all areas of the Niger Delta, like Ibori. The facts are there. Even community bush roads, everything, he tied all of them. You'll be waiting for when people will ever reach them, maybe 50, 100 years time. But you know, some of us who are critics, you praise him. He put stadium, he put that. But the level of poverty in Delta State forced me to classify him as a bad governor. Because the purpose of government is measured by what's happened to human beings. I don't know how many times I've said that.
Right. Okay.
Doing road is not a problem. Thank you, I've done road. But River State is still poorly governed because of the effect on human beings. Nobody has said that road is not good. Ibori constructed road. Ask any person in Delta State. There's no part of Delta State Ibori did not change access to on the basis of road construction. Is that the same? Is it the case now in Eche? Is it the case in Andol? All over River State? Is that the case? But Ibori touched everywhere. But I still classified him as a bad governor. Because the level of poverty in Delta State, if you are doing ceremony, burial ceremony thing, you see people naked coming to look for free food that they have up to today.
All right.
That's what I'm saying.
We got
if I'm governor, I'll construct roads all over River State. But do you think that would necessarily make me a good governor when I have not touched the lives of human beings?
All right.
That's some of what I'm saying.
Got your thoughts, yeah. Then we have this last text, and then we have to go. Moses Ofre says, Wike plays petty politics. Ogoni cleanup is a 30-year project. Excuse me. And not a 1-year project that even took Wike 5 years. The votes from Ogoni has never helped PMB in his victories in 2015 or 2019 election. So what's the election politics there? PMB fulfilled what promised without votes from the Ogonis. Wike, as the minister under Gej, never thought of Ogoni cleanup in the inglorious years of the PDP. And I'm so glad to hear Professor Femini's voice. I'm so glad he made it. So are the rest of us. But we've got to go. It's almost time for the world news at the top of the hour. So I do not have time to even ask my audience to take their last statements. Manuel Ndukwe.
Well, I certainly believe that the cleanup, which the governor is saying is political, yes, it could be political, but he should. One thing I want him to remember is that it's a 30-year project. And so far, the APC has been in existence for 6 years. And for me, we do not know their plans. And where they end there, because they may not be 30 years in power, others will take off from there.
And just before we go, please, NERC, we don't want to pay for ministries and departments who are unable to pay for their power supply.
Thank you for reminding them that.
Please, we don't want to be the ones that will pay for it. Find a way to get your money from them and leave the rest of us alone. We've got to go.
Very correct.
We've got to go, though. We'll do this again tomorrow. Do join us. I thank my guests for being part of the show. I appreciate you all. And stay tuned. The world news is next. And after the news, of course, we have entertainment today.
Never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
Hello and good afternoon. This is the World News on your Premium Talk Radio Today, 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. I am Annie Abdul Salam. In the headlines, unknown gunmen kill one person in Obunabali community in Port Harcourt City local government area of River State. Southeast Governors Forum accuses desperate politicians of aligning with bandits to destabilize Nigeria. A Nigerian Defense Academy dismisses report of sales of forms for 73 regular course. And on the forums in Hong Kong arrest dozens of pro-democracy activists and politicians. And now the details. This report says unknown gunmen have shot dead a young man around Obunabali community in Port Harcourt City local government area of River State. An eyewitness told our correspondent that the armed men stormed Obuga Street within the community and shot sporadically, which led to the death of the victim. The eyewitnesses said the hoodlums said the hoodlums who did not ride on any car escaped through the scampering crowd before the arrival of men of the Nigerian police. In a separate interview, the General Command of OSPAC in Emoha local government area of the state, Chief Emeka Wori, has raised concerns that 1 year after 3 of its members were killed in Rumo Odogu community, the suspected cultists, the killers are yet to be brought to book. Chief Wori said while the killers are moving freely, the family of those victims are living in hardship.
They did not arrest them up to today, and people is still living, other people too, so nobody arrested them. What I want to do now is to tell the public on the incident that happened on January 2020 about our boys, the people that volunteered their lives to make peace in some of our local government process of making peace. They killed them on cold blood, beheaded them.
River State Police Command has declared an 11-year-old boy, Wisdom Chimtwa Nwaneri missing. According to a notice signed by the spokesman of the River State Police Command, Nnamdi Omoni, Wisdom is a native of Lude in Ahia Umbise local government area of Imo State, but resident at Farm Road, Umuchirolo Alu in Ikwere local government area of River State. He was said to have left his house on the 31st of December 2020 wearing an orange T-shirt and a black trouser and has not been seen since then. His darkened complexion, about 4.5 tall, has no tribal marks, and he speaks English and Igbo languages fluently. A statement urged anyone with useful information on his whereabouts to report to the nearest police station. River State Governor Nyesom Wike has urged Ogoni people to be cautious of politicians and political parties who would lure them with unworkable promises ahead of the 2023 general elections. Governor Wike said this during the commissioning of the Sakbenwa-Bori Road in Kana local government area of the state. He said while the federal government may have failed in its promise to clean up polluted areas of Ogoni, the River State government under his administration will continue to provide infrastructure for the people.
So many people have made promises, give you this, give you that, not one materialize. Some of your sons will go to radio and talk all kinds of things. Today, I'm not like federal government. They promise you they'll do a good cleanup. Have you been cleaned? I promise you, have I done it? 2022, they will come. When election 2023. They will start another cleanup. People don't even ask questions. Why is it a year to election that we're going to clean up will always commence? And then all of you buy into it. Let me tell the council chairman, let me warn you now. If any day this street light is not on, what I will do to you, you will never forget. Instead of this light not to be on, you shouldn't have light in your house. And this will have the effect in terms of security.
Commissioning the project, Enugu State Governor Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi commended Governor Wike for his infrastructural strides in River State.
I'm aware that many projects have been commissioned and many more will be commissioned in River State under your watch. Today's event is significant as it epitomizes the desirable fellowship among colleague governors while providing opportunity for experience sharing and other discourses service delivery. I understand that this strategic road project was a campaign promise that have been dutifully fulfilled, expectedly gladdening the hearts of Ogoni people and reinforcing their faith in our constitution and democracy.
Our correspondent reports that the commission project is a 16-kilometer dual carriage between Sakbenwa in Tai and Bori in Kana local government areas of River State. The All Progressive Congress has warned all those who are planning to foment trouble within its rank and file to desist immediately or face the consequences of their actions. The APC, in a statement issued by its spokesman in River State, Obon Nanwuke, said the party would not allow infiltrators and those it described as agents of darkness to threaten its internal unity. He said the party is aware that there are certain persons who are busy shopping for funds with which to undermine the progress that the APC is registering by relying on uncharitable court processes. On allegations made by Senator Magnus Abbey that the Minister of Transportation, Rotimi Amici, is sponsoring violence against dissenting members of the party in the state, the APC states that it regrets to say that the senator has since ceased to be a champion of progressive ideals and an embodiment of a true Democrat. The party therefore noted that Senator Abbey shifted his gaze away from political jobbers who do not mean well for the APC in River State. A 75-year-old retired civil servant, Chief Paul Nyechi Amadi, has demanded the payment of 20 million naira as compensation from the Nigerian police following the trauma he suffered from the brutalities he received from the operatives of the defunct Special Anti-Robbery Squad in 2019. Chief Nyechi Amadi, who is a resident of Rumobiakani community in Obiakpo local government area of River State, said the amount of money demanded would take care of the medical bills he incurred while treating himself of the injuries he suffered from police brutality. Chief Nyechi Amadi, who made the demand when he appeared at the resumed sitting of the State Commission of Inquiry into the alleged acts of violence, torture, brutality, murder, and violation of the fundamental rights of citizens committed by officers, men, and operatives of the Nigerian police, said the money will also serve as a deterrent to the police and other security operatives who may indulge in the violation of human rights.
What I want the commission to do is for the SARS itself as a deterrent to them, because SARS will pay me 10 million. Then these other 4 people that wrote this thing, that hired them, should pay me 10 million also. That is 20 million. My people alleged, give some allegations against me in the community and wanting to distort my father's inheritance. Then I told them no. What they did is to resort to trying to exterminate me extrajudicially. And so they had to write to SARS, hire SARS. And SARS came, you know how they dress? Like these boys that do rag day. Came like armed to the teeth.
Our correspondent Uchendu Joe reports that the proceeding did not go without some hitches from the police defense team led by I.N. Ubulom, who opposed to the hearing of the petition on the grounds that it falls short of the commission's scope of jurisdiction. The chairman of the panel, Justice Tukunonye Uriri, however, overruled the police and ordered the petitioner to present his case. The Lagos state government has paid an undisclosed amount of money to forensic experts to unearth the truth of what happened at the Lekki toll gate on October 20th, 2020. This was disclosed by the chairman of the Lagos State Judicial Panel on Restitution for Victims of SARS and Police Brutality, Justice Doris Ukwobi, while ruling on an application filed by the Lekki Concession Company. The LCC is seeking permission to have access to the toll plaza for the purpose of evaluating the damage done at the toll gate in order to commence the necessary repairs. Justice Okwobi also disclosed that the forensic experts will have commenced its work earlier, but for the holidays, which made it difficult for the experts to get access to relevant documents and exhibits which have previously been tendered before the panel. The forensic examination is expected to be completed within the next 21 days. The panel thereafter adjourned to January 29th for further consideration of the application. The Southeast Governors Forum have accused desperate politicians of aligning with bandits to destabilize Nigeria. Chairman of the forum and Ebonyi State Governor Dave Umahi made the comments after a virtual meeting with the 5 governors of the region in attendance. Umahi said the governors are so worried about the killings and kidnappings that are going on by the people in the Southeast, killing their own people and the security agencies. He said the situation is being heightened by the activities of very desperate politicians, this time irrespective of party affiliations. Governor Mahi explained that the 5 Southeast state governors dissociated themselves from a bipartisan meeting convened by some stakeholders from the region on the security situation. He urged them to instead speak out and condemn killings within their domain. You're listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, foreign and sports stories. Stay tuned.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today 95.1 FM.
Welcome back. You're still listening to the World News here on Today 95.1 FM. 11 minutes has gone past 12. The Nigerian Defense Academy has announced that forms for entry into 73 regular course are not yet on sale. The Academy, through the Public Relations Officer, Abubakar Abdullahi, said any information circulating on the social media purporting the sale of forms is false and has no link with the NDA. Abdullahi advised the public to shun any individual or group offering the sale of NDA forms, adding that doing business with such NIN holders are also required to pay a processing fee of 5,000 naira for card renewal or card replacement, as well as an address modification fee of 500 naira. She said there are different services that the commission offers, noting that NIN enrollment is free, but there are fees attached to card renewal, correction of date of birth, and change of address. The president of the Nigerian Labour Congress, Ayuba Waba, has condemned in strong terms the recent hike to electricity tariff by the Nigerian Electricity Regulatory Commission, NERC, which became public knowledge on Tuesday, January 5th, 2021. The NLC president insists that there is an element of deceit in the policy since the technical committee set after the last increment was still working. Waba argued that while countries are giving palliatives to cushion the effect of the economic hardship on citizens occasioned by the COVID-19 pandemic, the Nigerian government is acting elusive of the current realities. The federal government had set up joint committees with Labour last year to arrest the twin increases in petrol pump price and electricity tariff. And now to the foreign scene. Hong Kong has arrested dozens of pro-democracy activists and politicians, accusing them of trying to overthrow the city's government. The group, arrested under a controversial new security law, were involved in an unofficial primary vote to select opposition candidates ahead of postponed 2020 elections. Hong Kong Security Secretary has said their actions were subversive. The arrest formed part of the largest crackdown since the law's introduction. Beijing imposed the legislation on the semi-autonomous territory in June, saying it was necessary to curb months of sometimes violent pro-democracy protests. But the crackdown on Wednesday appeared to confirm the fears of many who warned about the reach of the law, with Amnesty International saying the arrests are the starkest demonstration yet of how the national security law has been weaponized to punish anyone who dares to challenge the establishment. Still on the foreign scene, Democratic candidate Raphael Warnock is projected to win the first of two nail-biting Senate races in Georgia on sitting Republican Kelly Loeffler. With 98% of the votes counted, U.S. TV networks and the Associated Press news agency called the race for Warnock. Control of the Senate in the first 2 years of the Democratic president-elect Joe Biden's term will be determined by the outcome of the second runoff. The result is a blow for outgoing Republican President Donald Trump. The election is being rerun because none of the candidates in the November general elections achieved the 50% needed for victory under state rules. If confirmed, Warnock will become the first black senator for the state of Georgia, a slavery state in the U.S. Civil War, and only the 11th black senator in U.S. history. Although Biden's Democrats will need to take both seats to gain full control of the Congress, the Republican Party of outgoing President Donald Trump needs only to win one in order to retain the Senate. And now to sports. Five-time world champions Nigeria and Cote d'Ivoire will file out for the first match of Group B of the West African Football Union tournament today, with both teams hoping to secure maximum points at the Lome Stade Municipal. With Group B having only 3 teams, with each team playing only 2 matches, it is a more difficult prospect, and any team that loses its first game will be in a difficult situation and could be staring down the barrel of elimination from the first game. Nigeria's head coach Fatai Amo is confident his young team can step up to the billing, with bookmakers believing the 5-time world champions are favorites to take the lead in a pool that has 2-time world champions Ghana as the other contenders. 3 points from today's match will set the Eaglets on a good spring at the tournament that always serve as a qualifying competition for this year's CAF Under-17 Cup of Nations taking place in the North African Kingdom of Morocco. And to end the news, here's a summary of the major stories. Unknown gunmen have killed 1 person in Obunabali community in Port Harcourt City local government area of Rivers State. We told you that Southeast Governors Forum has accused desperate politicians of aligning with bandits to destabilize Nigeria. And on the foreign scene, the Nigerian Defense Academy, has dismissed reports of sales of forms for its 73 regular course. And on the foreign scene, Hong Kong has arrested dozens of pro-democracy activists and politicians, accusing them of trying to overthrow the city's government. And that was the news as edited by Chinedu Iwuna. For comment and inquiries, please call 0815341-8657 or 08144343502, or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can also read our stories at www.todayfmlive.com. Do not forget, you must take responsibility. Wash your hands frequently with soap and running water. Avoid touching your face and high contact surfaces to prevent coronavirus. I am Annie Abdusalam. Good afternoon.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
You don't wake up one day and say, okay, this policy is working, and then you expect it to crash the market in the next.
Cassava variety that takes 7 months. Do they know it or they don't?
What's the beginning?
Because you can see they are involved.
They are involved, true.
So how can you solve it? What will stop it? They're involved. Look at 1.something billion special allowance, 1.2 billion special allowance, padding of budget, 4 billion, this billion, 400 billion. How can they stop
Hello,
it?
good morning.
Good morning.
Morning, what's your name?
Yeah, this is Mr. Zion. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
All right, Zion, go ahead.
I think I totally disagree with the man.
Today's Quests with Annie.
Radio has never been this good. Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.